Hello everyone, and welcome back to 428 Shibuya Scramble after way too long again. I love how I was like, I'm gonna make this a series. I'm gonna make this a regular thing, and every single stream so far has been really spaced out. It's been such a break between them because everything keeps happening. Everything happens so much. But it's okay. It's okay. We're still playing it eventually. But welcome everyone. Lowski, congratulations on the first. Sorry, I think my cans are... I've placed my cans in a way that I'm like making echoes with them. I need to move my cans. I'm hearing myself echoing back. Too many cans on my desk. I've got too many drinks here. But Lowski, congratulations on the first. Hello Dima, hello Limsev. Hello Rika, hello Sarakat, lovely to see you all, welcome. I hope you're ready for some wild story times. I was quite excited today because this is the first Shibuya Scramble stream that I'm going to be able to do without having to set my entire channel to 18 plus. Because they added the new content warning filters onto Twitch. So I can just label it as like violent content without having to change the entire channel to mature content, which always felt kind of weird before. I was always worried, like, I hope nobody's gonna see this as a quote-unquote mature content channel and come in and start being weird. But it's okay, we got the warnings now. I still put my little label in the corner anyway, though, because I like the label. But yes, I'm excited to return to this after a long time of not playing it for a bit. I don't remember where I left it off last time. But I have this. How am I? I am... Yes, that is how I am. I was gonna say cracking open a cold one. With the lads? I guess Archie would. Archie would definitely share an energy drink with me. It's like, how are you today? I am... can of monster opening. That's how I am every day, though. That's not really anything new. But I'm doing alright. I didn't sleep very well last night. I didn't sleep much at all last night, so I may be a little bit scattered today. But it should be okay. It's just story time. We're just reading. Oh my goodness, Claire! Hello! Nice to see you. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome. I just cracked open a can of Monster. And Suzume-chan, nice to see you as well. Thank you for the confetti. And yes, welcome everyone. I didn't sleep much last night. But I feel like this is the kind of game that is still really, really good if you're like sleep deprived as well. In fact, it might even enhance it with how bizarre it can get sometimes. So it should still be a fun time. It should be good. Just warm. Yes, no sleep in a monster. Exactly. That's what we're going for here. Cheers. Hold on. Oh, I'm trying to like clink two of my cans together, but it makes like the most unsatisfying sound. That is a terrible sound. It's not... What if I just do it against my mic? That's also very unsatisfying. Never mind. But cheers! And thank you for the head pat too. But yeah, honestly, it's the kind of game that does suit itself to that kind of vibe. Like you start the game and you're like, okay, I've got this random street punk, except he's not actually a street punk, he just wants to make the streets clean and pick up litter. And then you've got a girl stuck in a mascot costume who doesn't remember anything, but needs money. And then you've got a journalist who's trying to finish an entire newspaper in one day. And we've got a kidnapped girl who's got a twin sister, and their father is a virologist who was being headhunted by America. Oh no, my internet's dying. No! No, I jinxed it! I can't believe I did this! No! I jinxed it! No! Why this? Why does this always happen? Oh no. It is saying I'm not dropping any frames whilst also saying I have zero bitrate, so I don't know if this is working or not. Let me let me check on my phone real quick. Oh god, it'd be just the thing if I said, yay, my internet's back, it's working, and it just completely stops. Oh, I think I'm back. I think I'm actually back now. I jinxed it. I can't believe. Oh my days. I'm back. Hi. That was really weird. OBS said that I wasn't dropping any frames.
Oh my god!
And that everything was perfect, whilst also having 0 bitrate. I'm back though. I'm okay. Okay, it's stable again. If anything seems delayed, just refresh, and you should be up to date. But no, I was just trying to recap everything, and the internet was like, no recap. You just go into it. But no, this is my, I think, the 4th stream I'm doing of this. But we haven't made much progress because I am very good at getting distracted and spending an entire hour on one scene. But if you're interested, I can do I plan on doing like a little recap of the things that have happened so far. I was gonna say it's not too much, it's everything. Everything is happening. There's a lot going on in this game. Here we go! Okay, the basic premise of the game is there are 5 protagonists which we play as. This is Minorikawa. He's a journalist. He's very passionate. Very, very passionate. He is incredibly passionate. He is, intense. This is Kano. He's a police officer. He's currently been given the case of a ransom kidnapping of a young girl. I've forgotten which twin is which. There's twins. There are the Osawa twins, and one of them is with this guy at the moment, and the other one has been kidnapped and being held for ransom. But he's the one in charge of that case. He was like staking out the ransom delivery point. Everything went wrong. The kidnappers took the ransom money, ran off, started like sending a briefcase on a wild little chase around Shibuya. But not seeming to take it anywhere, just going round in circles, so the police have just been chasing the suitcase for the longest time. This is Achi. He's a random street punk. He started a gang, but the gang was actually to make Shibuya a better place and pick up trash. He's great. He is a himbo. He's lovely. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he has a heart of gold, and I love him. But he is currently with the twin sister of the girl who was held for ransom, who was the one who was doing the handoff at this point. She got held at gunpoint, by a random guy with a cane, and Kano was too distracted by other things to be a decent police officer and keep looking out for her. So she was in trouble. Actually dived in to save the day because he's a gentleman and also he thought she was hot. So they're together now, running away from this this gunman with a cane. And this is Tama. This is Tama. She is in a mascot costume. All we know is that she's presumably very pretty because she was scouted out for modeling by a very sketchy guy. And then the modeling turned out to be she has to wear this mascot costume and sell a really scammy energy drink called Burning Hammer, which is advertised to just melt the pounds away, but it actually just kind of melts your guts. It's not good. No, I don't recommend it. Very much do not recommend it. But she's currently stuck in the mascot costume because the zip broke, so she's stuck like this. And also she has no memory, I think, so far, of a lot of things. And all she knows is that she needs to get money to buy this thing she saw in the window of a pawn shop. A necklace? I think it was a necklace. And this is Osawa. He is the father of the kidnapped and ransomed twins. Well, the one was ransomed. And he's also a head virologist who's doing a lot of research on a virus called the UA virus, which is apparently very similar to Ebola, except way more aggressive and way more fatal. And He was trying to work on like an anti-vaccine, like a serum to ease the symptoms and stop people from dying. Because at the moment it's like 100% fatality rate. And yeah, that's the point we're at the moment. Oh, I should probably explain a bit more about Minoru Kawa as well. He's a freelance journalist. He's just like taking whatever jobs he can get, and he ends up getting a message saying like, goodbye, this is the end of my life, from a guy who runs a publishing company called it's Heaven something. Heaven Publishing. I think it's just Heaven Publishing. But he arrived there to stop the main guy there from unaliving himself, and basically the guy at this publishing house, he'd released a bunch of scratch cards as a way of selling more issues of his gossip mag, but it turns out the scratch cards, you could hold them up to the light and see the winning answers, so suddenly he had loads of people with winning scratch cards and no way to pay them all. So he's very in debt and being chased by shady loan sharks to get that money back. So Minoru Kawa has stepped in to make sure that the next issue of the magazine gets published, except to do that he basically has to write the entire thing by himself by the end of the day. So he is just running around desperately trying to find magazine articles at the moment. And that's about where we're at, I think. Am I missing it? Oh, Kano also has a fiancé, and his fiancé's father has suddenly arrived in Shibuya and wants to talk to him while all of this is going down and while he is like on active duty for an active ransom kidnapping case. So yeah, it's a good time. Things are happening. But Timachi, hello, nice to see you too. Welcome. Just doing the recap of where we are so far, and the answer is it's chaos. And it's so funny too, because if I go to the time chart, we've still only done 2 blocks, I'm pretty sure. This was like the tutorial block with only 2 characters, and then this is the next hour block, and we're still on the 2nd block. There's so much to do, but it's such a cool game as well, because the way things work, what you do as one character will affect the other character's routes. So like, for example, if as Tama I decide to hand a drink to a random police detective on the street, then that police detective may give the burning hammer drink to Kano and make Kano pass out on a busy train. So Tama must not give the drink to that person. It's really, really clever. It's so fun. Like, the littlest things have an effect. Like, the smallest things you wouldn't expect to make a difference end up being like, oh, wait. Oh no, I can't do that. I've got to go back and change it. Oh no, work Wi-Fi's rude. Oh, I hope it stops being rude soon. I've been wanting to play this forever. It's so good. It's one of my favorite games. It's been my favorite game ever since I played it. Like, if you look at my Steam profile, I'm pretty sure I've got it linked in places, but my entire Steam profile just says, please play 428 Shibuya Scramble, and has a bunch of Tama faces on it. It's so fun though, it's so good. It's all over the place. It is wild. I heard of the recent Square Enix... Oh, Paranormal Site! Yes, I saw that! I saw stuff about that one. I really want to play it. I also really want to play Rain Code, the new game that's out, the Detective Files. I've forgotten the title. I know it's Rain Code. I really, really want to play that. I want to play that so badly. It looks so good. But at the moment, I'm replaying Shibuya Scramble because it's been a long time since I played this. I played it... When did I first play it? I think it might have been 2020. 2020, so it's been like a good 2.5 years, I think. So it's nice revisiting it as well. But yeah, last time we played it, we finished Minoru Kawa's time block. We finished Kano's time block. We've got a jump here, and I think the jump will take us to this Achi that we're stuck on. So I'm gonna go here. We're gonna go to the jump. Oh yes, it is! It is, because at this point, Oh yeah. Listen to the music too, it's so good. But yeah, this is Achi's father. He runs Endo Electronics. And Minorikawa is doing an interview with him as for one of his magazine articles. But he also wants to interview Achi for one of the articles on gangs in Shibuya. So here we go. Yeah, sure, but you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. He's not. He created this gang. He used to run it. He used to be the one in charge. And then they started becoming like a proper tearaway gang, and he's not part of that anymore. He just wants to pick up trash. He just wants to make Shibuya a cleaner place. I love Achi so much. He's one of my favorite characters. I love him. But anyway, we were stuck on Achi's path before because we needed to get the jump to get over there. But we unlocked the jump in Minorikawa's route, so the keep out will let us in. Flesh person, yeah. Yeah, it's full live action. All of the photos are actual flesh people. Hitomi's the twin who did not get kidnapped. Wait, so a small group of environmentalists become a gang? No, it's just a bunch of teenagers. A bunch of bored teenagers. Achi was like, hey, let's make a gang. Let's make the streets clean. Let's pick up trash. And then he left the gang, and they became an actual gang. It's not CGI, it's FGI. Flesh-generated images. That sounds horrific. I don't know, that sounds like something you'd hear in like a horror movie. Like actually using flesh to create... But no, Achi's good. He's a good egg. But I wouldn't call him an environmentalist. Or like, maybe he is, but the rest of the gang definitely were not. They were very clearly just bored. And probably heard, oh yeah, gang, that sounds cool. Wait, I don't want to pick up trash, I'm out of here. Hitomi, look! There it was. That van. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Oh yeah, another thing for Hitomi, she got a message telling her to head to a blue van and not to tell the police. Otherwise, her sister would die. So, it's going like that at the moment. You were today years old when you learned CGI stands for computer-generated images. Yeah, I feel like there are so many abbreviations where you don't really think about what they stand for. Unless it's, like, brought up. It's the kind of thing you just don't really think about a lot of the time. It's very cool, though. I'm glad you could learn. But yes, Hitomi was told to find this van, but not to tell the police, otherwise her sister would die. So that's where she is at the moment, and Achi's here trying to help her find it. But it looks like we found it. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Achi couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He'd been right, the crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Achi said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed towards the van. Hold on! I said wait! She wasn't slowing down. Achi caught hold of her arm. Wait! This could be dangerous! What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have to go help her. Oh, I have go help her. I have go help her. Achi knew full well what it was like to be impulsive, but this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I was gonna take a look first. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some random guy comes snooping around? Okay. Oh, her. Yeah, you got a point. Achi thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. What if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, and here comes the fun part of Shibuya Scramble. And the fun part is, I'm gonna make a poll, and everyone can decide what we're gonna do here. Okay, question, what do? Me first or together? Here we go, and hopefully this will still work. Will it show up? Yes, it shows up. Okay, the poll is up. What are we gonna do? What is Achi's snap decision gonna be? What do? Achi first or both of them? It looks like we're going Achi first. Even though Hitomi just said, wouldn't it be a shame if they see a random guy coming up and run off? But but that's the fun of this game. Even the wrong decisions are important, because sometimes important information is locked behind bad endings. Sometimes it's a good way to get a full picture of what's going on by doing the wrong thing and seeing what happens. Alright, it looks like Achi's going first. Or he's gonna suggest that at least. Heh. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Achi's eyes. Please, he continued. We have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're gonna try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'd be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod. That's actually very sensible for Achi. I'm impressed. Never knew that laser was an abbreviation for a long time. Yeah, I remember when I found out that laser was an abbreviation. I thought it was so interesting. And it's like there are so many things that end up just as like regular words that you don't realize were originally abbreviations, which I think is really cool. Like I'm trying to remember, is robot one as well? Oh, there's something else robot related as well that is, it started as an abbreviation. And it became like a just a full word. But yeah, I think it's really interesting especially when you don't realize it. When you don't realize it's something that is an abbreviation, and then suddenly it's like, oh wait, that stands for something. Okay is an abbreviation? What's okay an abbreviation for? I just know it is okay. All correct? Is that true, or is that just like something that people have made up along the time? Because I remember seeing a lot of stuff about things on the internet where it's like, you know, this term you've been using, the actual origin of it is this, and it turns out to have been something that somebody's just made up, and it's spread so rapidly and nobody's looked it up that it just kind of gets taken as fact. I've seen things like that before, and I was just like, no, I feel like the fact that everyone is replying saying no, that can't be a thing, has to kind of tell you that that's not a thing. But it's also really interesting how people like create backronyms as well. Though, like there will be a word that's got just a few letters, and people create what the acronym could be, which is also fascinating. It's really interesting. Anyway, back to the kidnapping. Please, Oh, please be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will. You can count on it. Wait, is that real too? Completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. That feels like something that someone would have made up. Is that actually it? Is that the actual meaning behind capture? Oh my god, that's incredible. It is. See, that's the kind of one that I'd be like, that someone's made that up, surely. But no, that's incredible. I had no idea. Like, I kind of presumed it was short for something because of the fact that you usually see it all in caps, but I never thought to look it up. I never thought to actually investigate it. Also, I very quickly loaded up the capture page, like on Wikipedia, like the Wikipedia article for capture, and there's an image that just says "smoom." It's a capture that just says "smoom." And it reminds me of like the little memes that would be around where people would take captures and like make like a 4-panel meme comic around it. Like Who Turgled. I think Who Turgled is my favorite. Oh man, Machia don't! Yes, I love that one too. Like, I remember that comic. Machia don't. Good times. 428 Shibuya Scramble starring Lirie as everyone. I'm trying my best. And Akira, hello, welcome. Welcome. Yet again, I have gotten distracted from the game. Hi. But yeah, I had a quick look up of OK, and it feels like nobody actually knows the origin. Like, people have a lot of theories, but nobody knows the origin of OK, which is quite interesting when you think about it. Interesting. Anyway, let's see what's going on in this van. Yeah, that's most of my story games. We play a little bit of story, something in the story sparks a conversation, we get back to the story half an hour later. The Lirie experience. See, I'm actually just doing this as a really sneaky way to shill the games, because then it's like, are you getting frustrated at how slowly I'm getting through this? Are you getting annoyed and want to know what happens next? Buy the game now! That's what I did with Please Be Happy, although I was actually really, really proud of myself. When I was playing Please Be Happy, I actually had quite a few people send me messages saying, I bought this game because of you, and I was like, yes, yeah, I did that. That was me. I felt very proud of myself. Yeah, this all started from the flesh, the fact that they have flesh. Incredible. Archie stepped out into the open and started walking toward the van. Oh, I've got to say, that's one other thing about this game. In the text, it always says toward, but as I'm reading, I always want to say towards. Even though, like, toward is technically correct. It is correct. But when I'm speaking out loud, I always want to say towards, so that's probably going to happen multiple times. I'm also gonna have some Monster. Oh, wait, no, I have tea. I have tea today. I actually filled up my tea flask. It's so funny because Xander was making hot drinks earlier, and he asked me if I wanted a hot drink. And I said, oh, can you fill the kettle a bit more so I can fill my flask up? And as we were pouring the drinks, we realized that the amount I put in my flask is basically the same amount as his jug, like his mug, his regular mug for drinking. I just always ask for more because when I usually have hot drinks, I have a really small mug. So I'm used to that being like my normal amount for a hot drink. So when I'm doing the flask, I'm like, can you put in more for me? But it's just like a regular cup of tea. But I never even realized it. Oh, it's so nice having warm drinks. The weather finally cooled down enough here that it doesn't feel like I'm suffering to have hot drinks anymore. But the hot drinks are really nice when... listen to how squeaky it is. That's my flask. Oh, thank you for the head pats. But for the longest time, it's been really, really warm, so I haven't been able to have hot drinks because it's just been like it's so hot outside. I don't want more heat. I want a nice cool can of Sprite from the fridge. Yeah, that reminds you that it's known exactly what year the high five was invented, but not by whom. I love that. Characters in game are just getting distracted about the origins of OK. They're just waiting. They're waiting it out to see what happens with the van. And you, hello, nice to see you. Thank you for the confetti. Welcome, welcome. I was getting distracted. Hi. We've not gone very far. Welcome. But Archie's heading towards a sketchy van at the moment, so he'd better be okay. He better be okay, I swear. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yep, I am just an ordinary passerby. Oh no, we can't spam confetti anymore. Yeah, I put a limit on it now. You can spam it 5 times. That is the confetti limit. And then... Oh, okay, no, it I guess you can spam it if everyone does it at the same time. Yeah, the confetti queue sorted. I'm just here, like, furiously picking up the little bits of confetti off the ground and putting them back into the confetti cannon after every blast. Just desperately trying to restock it. Oh my god, I may have to actually put a cooldown on the confetti because this queue is going to be going for like 2 minutes now. Well, I guess let's keep talking about the etymology of the word okay.
Wow.
Yay! Listen how long it took the wow to happen because of all the confetti happening. Oh no, the confetti machine's gonna get jumped. You know what? I'm gonna have some more tea. I'm gonna have some more tea while this happens. Can you imagine that this really sketchy van in the middle of the street, Archie's walking towards it, trying to look cool, trying to look nonchalant, probably looking really conspicuous, and there's just confetti flying everywhere. Oh, I think we're free. We're free. We're free. Okay, we can continue with the dramatic moment.
I cannot think.
I truly cannot think. My brain has been filled with confetti now. There's no brain left in here. But it's okay, I've got Monster. I've got Monster energy too. Yeah, the text-to-speech also takes ages to come up. I think I need to find a better way to... I think I need to find a better way to do text-to-speech because it currently takes like a minute to process. But we got it. We got the yay. Thank you. Oh, that actually reminds me too. I was thinking of adding a new command to the stream. Oh, wait. Before I say this, I have to do something very quickly. Okay, I turned off uwu voice. Uwu voice was meant to be off anyway because I'm not uwuing when I'm doing a reading game. But I actually had an idea for a new redeem, like similar to the uwu voice. And it would be like another 2-minute change my voice kind of redeem, but it would be talk like a robot. So you would redeem it, and I would start talking like this. It would be my automated voice. I feel like it could be rather funny, at very inopportune moments. And it could also surprise my brother. What do you think? Would this be a terrible idea? I think it would be terrible, but I could still try. In 200 yards, turn left. You have reached your destination. I don't know, I've not decided on whether to do it yet or not, but I feel like it could be quite funny. I feel like it could be quite interesting. Especially if I'm playing something like Borderlands or Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and there's just absolute chaos going off, and I'm just like, oh no, I am down. I need a raise. Please help me. Please help me. Please help me. Please help me. Please. I need help. I am dead. That is your fault. That is your fault. You did this. How could you? You are a terrible brother. I think I want to do it. I think it'd be funny. It'd be also interesting to see how much I can keep it up in chaos as well, because I feel like I definitely slip sometimes. But it could be fun. It could be good. I was also wondering about doing a way to get the Navi voice in somehow, but I don't know. I don't want to do it as a sound alert because I like just saying it myself. But honestly, someone could just say, hey, listen, in chat, and I'll just go, hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. My party trick. Although I said that to Xander the other day. I said, this is my party trick, and he was like, no, everyone would leave the party if you started doing that. It's like the opposite of a party trick. Just stirring up forbidden memories, just like, oh no, oh no. Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Where were we? We were gonna go in this van, weren't we? And then the confetti started pouring. But I'm gonna have some more monster, and then we will check out the van. We will do it eventually. As he got nearer, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. Oh no, I clicked out of the game. There we go. The van's dark window film made it hard to see whom we are. No, we need the van in serious business. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside, or even how many people. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this isn't great. Yeah, I'm just like, look, if you keep redeeming confetti, your confetti privileges are going to be revoked for the rest of the stream. And then there could be a perfect moment for confetti later on and nobody will be able to do it. That would be terrible. It would be dreadful. I can't help but laugh at the confetti here. Like, actually, getting surrounded by a bunch of sketchy looking guys and then just cheering. We don't cheer this, no. No, this is bad. Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Achi was surrounded. Whoa, what? Hey, what's the deal? Achi said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? I love that he's just casually talking to them in a situation like this. It's probably the best approach to take. Like, if you just play it off cool, just like, oh, sorry, my bad, didn't realize. Guys, I'll just head off now. But thank you for the hydrate too. I will have some more sips. I'll have another sip of my squeaky tea flask. It is so squeaky, but I don't even mind because it keeps the tea so hot. Squeak, squeak. And Bori, hello, nice to see you, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step toward the vehicle, every time I want to say towards, and looked inside. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it out in Achi's direction. He'd probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Achi went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, he's so cool though, look at that. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped, out like a light. The others stared, then rushed him. Uh-oh. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done. Archie was just going to have to take out the rest of these punks, too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-1 wasn't going to be pretty. Archie! He heard Hitomi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she'd come out of hiding anyway. Oh no. Out like a light but sitting on the ground. Yeah, I love that. Hitomi! Stay back! How is he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Look, it's so nice to know people are helping, isn't it? Within moments, a number of passers-by had gathered around the fight. Maybe they'd heard Hitomi shouting. Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This ain't just some petty squabble. Someone call the police! Some of them began taking photos with their cell phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Live action Street Fighter? Oh my god. Also, you may be able to tell if you look at the phones a bit, but this game was released in 2009 originally. So please bear that in mind when it comes to technology. Look at all those phones just snapping pictures. Nowadays, somebody would absolutely start live streaming it. Archie couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch them on foot, Archie merely watched it go. Well, that went well. He'd failed. This was his fault. All of it. Archie bit his lip hard. How could he possibly face Hitomi now? Archie. Hitomi's voice was hollow, empty. Archie stared down at his feet like a scolded child. I'm sorry. I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not. I see. Am I gonna have to turn the sound alerts off too? This is... Oh no. Please, a solemn request from me. Please be reasonable with the sound alerts. I feel like they can be very funny a lot of the time, but in a story game, sometimes they can be a bit... Like, I was gonna say a bit distracting. I get distracted anyway, like even more distracting than that. I see. The words. So... Okay, that's an appropriate one. It's definitely appropriate for this scene. The words, so simple and matter-of-fact, stung him to the heart. I am so sorry. But Hitomi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. I know I messed up, but I'll... He was going to say, I'll make up for it, somehow. But he froze with fear at what he saw next. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, that's the guy who held her at gunpoint earlier. Across the street, staring at them, was the man with the cane. Not Jim. No. Hitomi! It's him! They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down Dogonzaka. No, his name isn't Jim. Jim is a good guy. Jim is pure and innocent and wonderful. That guy's a douche. He tried to kill them both. He kind of did kill them both in one of the bad endings already. No, he's not worthy of the Jim name. He's not a Jim. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down Dogonzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. Achi wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alleys and side streets again? No, it was more dangerous to head someplace where there'd be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dogonzaka for now. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd along Center Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Achi and Hitomi could outrun him. He's Dark Jim. Negative Jim. Meej. I'm not calling this guy Meej. That sounds silly. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogonzaka and through the intersection in front of the 109 building. Come on, Hitomi! Just a little further! Okay. She was panting, but she pressed on. Achi risked a glance back over his shoulder. Huh? He stopped in surprise. Ah! Look, it's Kano in the back. It's Kano. There he is. He's right there. That's Kano. Oh, isn't it beautiful how the storylines intermingle? What's wrong? Hitomi asked. That guy. He's not following us. The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. Wow, this is the first tooltip. Of this stream, at least. The intersection. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Director Kuze is sending a message to all officers over the wireless, and so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual. An observant individual might notice. But Achi is not an observant individual. At least not in a situation like this. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about his behavior right now. Hitomi, can you still run? Yes, I'm alright. Then this is our chance. This way! They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again.
I cannot think.
Please stop doing the random sound alerts, please. Pretty please. Ask pretty please. I feel like the sound alerts are fun, especially like in random streams and stuff, but it is very distracting, so my pity, please. They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. But they also needed to find the van again and rescue Hitomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? Achi wasn't sure one way or the other, but with Hitomi in tow, he hurried onward towards Center Guy. So being considered, we reached the end of Achi's. We reached the end of Achi's block. That's 3 out of 5 now. There's only 2 left. There's only 2 left for this time block, and then we can actually... we can actually move on to the third one. The third time block. There are so many in this game. I'm so amused that we haven't even gotten to midday yet. But yeah, with that, we've completed Achi's, we've completed Kano's, we've completed Minorikawa's. So it's just Osawa and Tama left. And they both seem pretty open at the moment. Like, we're not locked out on either of them. So I think it is poll time. Oh, I closed my poll making thing. It's time for a poll to see what we're doing next. I think I know what the answer is going to be here. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Alright, the poll is up. The poll is there. I think I know who's gonna win, but I'm still doing the poll anyway. Ding. Do 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 do. The soundtrack in this game is phenomenal too. It's such a good soundtrack. Oh, I just thought this would be a great soundtrack for me to listen to while I'm playing Power Wash. Because when I play Power Wash Simulator, I just have like game soundtracks on in the background because the game itself doesn't have its own background music. So I've been trying to find soundtracks. This would be a perfect one. This would be such a good one to have as background music. Be so intense. Have no opinion for you know not anything. Oh, even after my recap. But Osawa is dad, Tama is cat. And Tama won. Which is what I expected. But I thought it was going to be Tama anyway though. Like Tama's... I said Archie was my favorite character. Tama is also my favorite character. They're kind of all my favorite character. That's a lie. I don't think Osawa's my favorite character, but he's still a great character. He's not a great person, but he is a great character. And Minorikawa is a lot. Like he's so fun to play as in the game, but he's so much. He is a lot. He is so much. But yes, it looks like it is Tama time! But yes, Tama is a cat in a mascot costume. And I'm trying to remember where it stopped before. Because it ended up being a bad ending. No, it was Minorikawa, wasn't it? I suddenly remember it now. I suddenly remember because Tama was locked out because Minorikawa came along to the Burning Hammer display and ended up drinking the Burning Hammer and throwing a complete rampage, wrecking the place. And so Tama's job was lost. But we changed that. We made sure Minorikawa went off to go interview Achi's dad instead, so he's not going to wreck the place anymore. So we can maybe actually do the demonstration? Or prepare for it at least. The demonstration isn't until 2, I think. But here we go. Tama time. I love her. I love her so much. It's also very funny thinking about it, looking at the characters on the character screen. Tama is the only female playable character, and you only realize she's female after you've played, like, her entire time block. Because she's just in a mascot costume. I love her, though. Oh no, the pains of work Wi-Fi! Oh, it's alright. I know the pains of bad internet. I hope it evens out soon. But thank you for being here, even when it's delayed. You still get to enjoy the story time, or or attempt to. It's very. I say it's story time. I feel like it's more like 20 story times mixed up into one. There is so much happening in this game. And anyway, Tama time. Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagishita. Yanagishita. This guy, he is just trying to sell all of these drinks because he's very heavily in debt, and he bought them like he was scammed. He was scammed into buying them. So he's trying to sell them on to, like, pass the scam on to somebody else. But I feel sorry for him because he's just very pathetic. I say that in the nicest way I can, but he's really pathetic. He's so pathetic. And he's also Tama's boss, so we kind of need things to work out because she needs the money. And Blue Paws, hello! Bonjour! Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. It is Tama time. Hey! A voice said out of nowhere. If you want, I can pay you 10,000 for a day's work. Oh, I think we've read this. Yeah, this has been read. So we go forward, skip forward to here. And here is the backstory. Anyway, real quick, could you put this on? Mr. Yanagishita briskly rummaged through his bindle, then thrust a cat costume out towards me. What? Here? Look at that face. I want a Tama plushie. I want a Tama plushie so badly. Yeah, before the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. The job's already started, you know. And with that, Mr. Yanagishita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Just in the middle of the park. Just in the middle of the path right there, just put this on. And she has not seen the sunlight since. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I was going to get my hands on that necklace, I had to take the chance that this job would pay out. I doubt we're gonna be able to sell a single bottle of this crap, Cheery whispers in my ear. I'll just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than to anyone else. Yeah, Cheery is another girl in a mascot costume. She had a bird costume on earlier. She actually managed to hand out samples. Tama did a terrible job. She handed out like a single bottle in one of the routes, and it got given to Kano and he passed out on a train, so she's not very good at the giving out samples part. Once again I ask myself, why am I in such a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull, aching throb at the back of my head. Yeah, that's the second time. Yeah. It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I'd gotten a good bonk on the head or something. Yeah, I feel like they must have had so much fun with the photo shoots for this game, like... Like, some of the scenes are so ridiculous. I bet they had a blast doing it. And the expressions, too. Like, the expressions the actors have. It's so wonderfully over the top. Oh, that was it. Okay. We really were right at the end of Tama's, huh? It was right there. That was it. That was the end of the time block for Tama. So now it's only Osawa left. It's just Osawa. He's the It's so funny. If Minorikawa hadn't gone on a rampage, we would have completed that last time. But alas, he ran off. But honestly, I'm glad we did make the choice for Minorikawa to go on a rampage, because it brought upon the most beautiful bad ending. It was so nice to see it from his perspective. It was a good time. But we did it! Woo! And so now it is Osawa time. I'm trying to remember what went wrong with his last time. I don't remember what happened with his last time. So I remember something happened that blocked it off. I just don't remember what. Oh, I think it might have been Minorikawa again. I think he may have made a mess of things again. It's usually Minorikawa getting in the way, I've got to say. He's very good at interrupting things, which can be useful, can also be a bit of a pain. But right, here we go. This is Osawa. One of his daughters has been kidnapped and held for ransom. The other one has head out to hand over the ransom money, and will now also technically seem missing because she's with Achi. He seems to hate his wife. Things are going well for him. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. There's something I want to show you. Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Just like you for... I hope not. I sincerely hope not. Oh, but he does like idol music as well. He listens to idols to dull the pain in his heart. He sure is having a life. Nugs, hello, nice to see you. Welcome. Right, I think we've read this before. Yeah, because he ended up getting an email. He's been doing all this research on the UA virus, and he got a mysterious email listed only from A, the letter A, and it had photos of people who were clearly suffering from the virus and dying, and he just got an email full of photos of this, and it just said, you know what you've done. But to his knowledge, he doesn't know, he hasn't done anything. But he's definitely been researching this virus and trying to develop a, I've forgotten the term, it's not a vaccine. It's like a treatment. A treatment thing. The UU virus? The coronavirus? It is a type of coronavirus, I think. I don't remember. But it's UA, the letters like UA, and it's like the UA virus. But it has a 100% fatality rate so far because nobody survived it. And people die from it very quickly in horrific ways. So it's probably a good thing to be researching a way to survive it somehow. He's trying to create something that people can take so they don't just immediately die. But yeah, this email came from nowhere. And so now he's showing the email to Tanaka, and it just says, 1 year ago, South Africa. Bum 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 bum. Here we go. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic, nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? Oh yeah, I remember now. He sure is having a time. I remember this now. He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that. Answers that no man could truly know. His antiviral agent, that's the term. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with UA day after day. Another email arrived in his inbox. The sender. A. Ah. The subject line. 1 year ago, South Africa. Again. Osawa read the message. Do not look away. These are your crimes. This time, there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each of them in turn. It's interesting because viruses are 100 times smaller than ordinary microorganisms. Yeah, they're tiny, tiny. It's always wild seeing like, okay, imagine a millimeter. No, that's too big. Now imagine how many of these things you could fit into 1 millimeter. It's baffling to me. It's incredible. The first shocked Osawa so much that he felt like he'd been punched in the head. One of the UA patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. No. Osawa muttered to himself. It can't be. The second image showed one of the infected hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. The symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life had come back into the patient's eyes. Oh boy. Humpty Dumpty, hello! Depends on the question. But you're welcome to ask questions. Welcome, welcome, how's it going? Have I played the room games? I have, I've played them all. Hold on. I've forgotten all of my commands. I've forgotten every single command I have. I don't even have a button for this one. Is it just YouTube? Yeah, there we go. If you check out my YouTube channel, there should be a whole playlist. There's a playlist that's labeled The Room, and it's got all of the games in that, and I've played them before. But yeah, if you're ever curious as to whether I've streamed a game before, have a quick look on my YouTube channel. Everything should be in playlists, so if I've played it, it should be there. But yes, I love those games. They're very good games. My kind of escape rooms, I love them. But this is huge if true. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue, piled high with corpses. The rictus of anguish on the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from the eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. Yeah, this is what the content warning is for. But don't worry, the whole game is not like this. This is just Osawa. But hey, it's telling us what lymph nodes are. Small organs that function as part of the lymphatic system in mammals. When a foreign substance invades the body, the lymph nodes detect it, prompting the production of white blood cells such as lymphocytes and macrophages to consume the invader. A viral infection sometimes causes the lymph nodes to swell up as a result of increased activity. That's actually really interesting to know. I knew about lymph nodes, but I didn't really consider the fact that they probably get swollen because, like, they're producing so much. It makes sense. There were hospital beds stained with massive amounts of blood and gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. Oh my god, it's pixels. More corpses. They had badges affixed to their chests with various labels. 6 hours passed, 12 hours passed, and 18 hours passed. It looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with the antiviral agent. Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. Osawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release, but that was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet. And there was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficacy? I always forget how to pronounce this word. Hold on. Efficacy? It's efficiency. Efficacy. I think that's right. Hold on, let me quickly... Efficacy? Efficacy, yes. Okay, I did get it right. Efficacy. But yeah, efficiency is with the soft C, but efficacy it's got a slightly different meaning as well. From what I remember, I think it's more like efficiency is more about like productivity and stuff, and efficacy is more like the ability to make the result, like the ability to actually produce the intended result. At least I think that's right. I hope that's right. I probably should look that up. Hold on, I've got a dictionary right here. What am I doing? Bum 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 bum. Got my dictionary. Man, imagine knowing how to read. Can't be me. Yeah, efficacy is the ability to produce an intended result, and efficiency is, like, working well with minimum waste. Different words. They're so close, though. I'm always like... I always forget how to pronounce efficacy, just because I try to say efficiency in my head, even though it's not the right word. But yep, there was no way to test the efficacy of the drug without an infected patient. And it would not be good to just infect a patient with something with 100% mortality rate. To run a proper clinical test, someone would first need to be infected with the OA virus. No matter how effective animal testing had been, if the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. It's the farmer virus, it's the UR virus. Without his knowledge, someone, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceutical, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. The time markers on the corpses in the fourth image were surely there to mark the time elapsed since the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drug's effectiveness in those timeframes. Osawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of vile human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. Yeah, we got the ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ting, tang, walla walla, bing, bang virus. I don't think it doesn't sound as scary if I do that. The people responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Osawa could trust to keep this under wraps. His boss, Makino. He reached for his phone to call Makino. But he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kamiki's latest album. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer emotional state as the power of music. There had been a time when Osawa hadn't listened to music at all. In fact, he'd had no interest in the arts in general. Music, painting, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence that he had found Aya Kamiki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he'd swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamiki's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in the front of the shop. I do not know the words. But it's so fun, like, because when you listen to this song as well, I don't know if it was licensed for the game or the game, like, worked around it, but the menu music in the game, it's this melody line. Like, when you load up the game, it's the do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's the same melody. Something about the bright, colourful album packaging have drawn him in. After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice deep breath. Oh, here we go. Decision time. While we listen to this and I probably get muted in the VOD. It's okay, it is poll time. What do? Call boss. Music time. Here we go, the poll is up. What are we doing? Are we going to call our boss? Or are we just going to listen to the music and calm down? I really like this song as well, it's a good song. I think it is music time. I wish I knew the words to this so I could sing along. All I know is the Sekai wa sore demo, and then everything after that. I have no idea. Wait, can I find him? Bum, 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 bum. I've forgotten the name of the song, so this doesn't really help. Oh, the song is called the song is called Sakai wa sore demo kawari wa shinai, so that makes sense. I do also like the line at the end as well with the everything is be alright. It makes me feel like everything is be alright. But yes, it looks like it is music time. We're not calling our boss yet. We're gonna keep listening to Aya Kamiki a bit more. And Brinley, hello, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you.
Viruses, kidnapping, jolly good time with best British kitty, Lirie's future heart.
Has Kitty, thank you for the resub for 14 months. Wow, that's so long. That's so many months. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're having a nice happy time here with people dying horrifically and people being kidnapped. Woo! Fun times. Yeah, let's just listen to some music for a bit. We don't need to think about the complete atrocities that are happening. Not our problem at the moment. We gotta calm down. But welcome. First, he took a nice deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and tried to banish his nerves completely. Inclining his head toward the music, he could feel the melody pervade his body. He could scarcely believe there had been a time when he hadn't cared about music. Surely something that had such a strong effect on the body and mind alike also conveyed a deeper meaning. Everything is be alright. It really is. The deeper meaning of music. Osawa let the positive energy flow through him, buoying his spirits. At last, when his mood had sufficiently calmed under the music's influence, Osawa reached for the handset. Ring ring. Oh, Mr. Osawa, did you have to make a phone call? The study door had opened and a stolid-faced man had appeared in the doorway. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the detectives from the Shibuya precinct. Hi, Kajiwara-san. A detective with the Shibuya precinct's Criminal Investigation Division. He's sociable but awkward, and despite his reserved personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precinct refer to him by nicknames such as Japanese Columbo and Little Ken Takakura, given his own quirky demeanor as a detective. Oh, I like Japanese Columbo. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really. And his treatment of the kidnapping case gave an impression of flighty detachment that made him seem rather undependable. And Lyra, hello! No, it's nothing important. Osawa drew his hand back from the phone. Have there been any developments, Detective? Kajiwara shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry to bother you, but when you're finished in here, would you be so kind as to come to the living room? All right, Osawa said quietly. I'll only be a bit longer. Kajiwara nodded and departed. He took a nice deep breath and then he dialed up Makino. The living room where people can't die? I wish that was the case. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as he picked up. His voice was somber. No, Osawa said. Nothing much yet. A tiny sigh came in from the other end of the line. I see. Then what can I do for you? Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Have you conducted clinical trials using the antiviral drug? Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. Osawa described the emails he'd received. When he'd finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. "Not over the phone," he said. "We'll discuss this in person. I'll head over to your place when I'm done here." "As soon as possible, sir." "As soon as I can manage," Makino said. You're not the only person who's busy." Oh. With that, Makino hung up. Thank you for the posture check and hydrate. Kitty care package. I'll have a big stretch. Stretch my arms out too. I feel like I never realize how much I need to stretch my arms until I actually move them, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I needed that. And I'm going to have some of my tea from my tea flask, so it's still hot. It's so nice having tea that stays hot. I'm so good at forgetting when I have hot drinks. So having a flask is so nice, because I can wait several hours and then be like, oh yeah, I forgot I made myself a hot drink, and it'll still be hot. It's so good. Such a good flask. No gremlin posture allowed. You got it. I gotta sit up straight. Eee. Gotta assume the appropriate reading position. Don't move enough and I'll need joint grease when I'm older. I think I might already need that, honestly. Anyway, that was enlightening. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Yeah, it's pretty clear. If there hadn't been, he would have said straight out. Like, no, that's preposterous, that's terrible, of course we haven't. But he just said he wanted to talk in private. Oh boy. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. This is so ominous. This photo is so ominous, I love it. Kajiwara stood in the hallway. He looked like he'd been waiting there the whole time for Osawa to come out of the study. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "Here, I've got something that's good for when you're tired." Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. "Also, Noi, thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a lovely Wednesday. Good morning." Oh, it's so unnerving. Oh, there we go. Yep. He pulled out a banana. Banana. A fruit belonging to family Musaceae. That's the Latin family name for it. Genus Musa. Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll, was a huge lover of bananas, and the peanut butter and banana sandwich is said to have been his favorite. If a banana peel is dropped under even remotely comedic circumstances, there is a high chance that someone will eventually slip on it. See, this is why I love the tooltips in this game. That they give you the information you need to know. "I'm fine, thanks," Osawa said. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective's sense of situational awareness. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. "Well, sir, I need you to come with me," the detective said. "If you don't mind." He took Osawa by the arm. Kajiwara is so weird, I love him. As Kajiwara hurried him towards the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. "He's working at a time like this? Seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people and their priorities." "Yeah, I feel bad for his daughter. Her dad's a real piece of work." Nice. They were bad-mouthing him in his own house. I mean, I'm just saying, if the shoe fits, you know. "Oh, I'm really sorry about all that," Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Osawa pushed past him and opened the door. Oh. Oh, is it bad that my instinctive reaction to seeing like a room like this would be to laugh? Like, if I stepped into this room, I would probably laugh. And it would probably make things so much worse. Like, laughing is my instinctive, like, awkwardness response. Like, if I'm startled by something, I will laugh. It's really inappropriate sometimes. A number of police detectives had holed up in the living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered. "So tell me," he said sarcastically, "would you rather I stay here weeping as I watch this disaster unfold?" The detectives winced and grimaced. "Forgive me for not being a perfect father," he added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things go out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy." "I am not being touchy," Osawa snapped. But he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not to go out and bring Maria to safety. Already close to half a day had gone by without any new developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night. The ransom demand had come in the previous night at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before. Ooh, we get the ominous music now. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. by Hachiko in Shibuya. Have the sister Hitomi bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit. The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace. "I'll do it," Hitomi said. "Anything for my sister." She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom handoff. Osawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. Ai's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone. "We don't have 50 million just lying around. Are the police going to be putting that together for us?" Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. "If it comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money." "Okay, go ahead then, do it." "We'd need you to pay it back afterwards, though, of course." "Well, then what's the point of that?" Ai's voice spiked up to a piercing shriek. "Calm down," Osawa told her. "You're making a scene." Ai turned away in a huff. "It's all right, Detective," Osawa continued. "I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning and figure something out." At that, Ai stormed out of the room. Kajiwara bowed his head several times in apology. "As soon as Hitomi has made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect even, and take things from there." "What? Hold on. Won't that put Maria in danger?" "If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, we have no proof that he will return the hostage safely afterwards." There was a certain logic there Osawa had to concede. "I see," he said. "So you're saying that catching this guy will be easier for you if he keeps my daughter hostage?" No, that's not what I was implying at all!" Kajiwara wiped the sweat off of his brow and bowed profusely. "At least, I promise we'll get your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa." Obviously, there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives. "All right, then. I'll let the police do their job." Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had. "How long are you just going to loaf around?" Ai shrieked as she stormed into the room. "Hurry up and arrest this guy!" She was becoming increasingly hysterical. An hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, and yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, and so the Osawas had been left in the dark. But they had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and it appeared that they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free. Hey! I snapped again. If he gets away with our money, you are going to reimburse us, right? Osawa scowled. She made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. The detectives exchanged uneasy glances. Oh, decision time. Time for a new poll. What do? How dare you? Or say nothing. Alright, poll time. Poll time. How do we react here? Are we going to scold her? Are we going to stay silent? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, we're getting a pretty even fight going on here. Ooh. At the moment, oh yeah, it looks like telling her off is winning at the moment. Which I feel can only go well in this situation. Right? I don't see how that could go badly. Hee. Yeah, but it looks like the winning poll result is we're gonna tell her off. Yep, yeah, we're telling her off. It would probably be sensible to be quiet in this situation, but who needs to be sensible? Who needs to be sensible, right? I think I would also want to yell at this point, like, there's a life at stake here. And you're worried about the money? Osawa chided his wife. It's only money, it doesn't matter. Only money? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here? The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. His daughters. His daughters. Makes a bit more sense. By now, he was accustomed to Ai's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who'd passed away 15 years earlier. Ai had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. Well, Ai continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. Stop dodging the question! Answer me! Yes, of course, Kajiwara squeaked. Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down? He held out a banana. I smacked it out of his hand. I wonder how many bananas he has, or if it's just, like, the same banana. Oh dear, what a waste. Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear. I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. That's true, it is still wrapped. It's not a waste. It's not a waste. It can still be eaten, unless it got squashed. Might be a bit squishy. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, every time he's just there in the hallway. Kajiwara followed after him. Excuse me, Mr. Osawa? Yes? What is it? The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate if you could remain in the living room as much as possible. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Propriety. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Look, I've got a ton of work to do, he said. Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father, too? No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa. Admirable. Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? The music in this game. The music. He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius. A genius? Me? Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. Or, well, so I've been told. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He'd never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. You know, just a normal guy. Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd after all, Kajiwara went on. Probably he'd intended that as a compliment, but still. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos. So long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know? Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Also, Tay, hello! Good morning, welcome, welcome. Look at this ominous detective in the hallway. Welcome, welcome, I hope you're doing well. He's not doing a very good job of praising him. Or is he trying to rile him up on purpose? Much to think about. Osawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? So long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand it even if I explained it to you, Osawa replied. Right, precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. Oh my god. Oh wow. I'd appreciate if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa gaped, at a loss for words. Hello, personal space? Hello? Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that makes it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. Oh god. This goddamn banana. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. That won't be necessary. How about this then? Chocolate? Oh, I'd take the chocolate. Oh, maybe, no, it's already been bitten. Wait. Flint, hello! What a scene to join to. Just the face of the detective. The guy who's interrogating Osawa at the moment, he's a detective working on the case. Osawa's daughter has been kidnapped. They did a ransom exchange. It went badly. They're trying to track down the culprits. And yeah, there's what is happening? Everything is happening. This game is everything everywhere all at once. And now Kajiwara is a weird detective who is known among his friends as the Japanese Columbo, which should give you an idea of the kind of guy he is. And he's currently offering Osawa any food he has in his pockets, apparently. This time, he pulled a bar of chocolate from his pocket. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? Oh my, Kajiwara murmured. You geniuses really are tough to sort out. Columbo! The detective. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you then, good sir? What I'd really like is some time by myself. In a daze of exasperation, Osawa felt his way to his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. Oh, there he is. He pulled out a photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite them being twins. He flipped further into the album. There was a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters? Or virology? Which had truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? I swear to God, if he says he loves viruses more than his own daughters, I'm... No, buddy. It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. He'd known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated, and sometimes made people act inconsistently. Okay, at least he... At least he was just like, no, in my heart I know it's my daughter's, but it's... Like, the fact that he has to, like, question that is... Ugh. One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but she was nowhere else to be found. Oh. To be continued. And with that, we have finally completed another time block. Oh, here we go! Start of the next chapter! It's midday, baby! It's midday! We got to midday! We've got a new time block! New time block, new start. We can choose whichever character we like to begin with. Eels and I are one and the same. Yeah, I think they picked the most appropriate quotes for each section. But yeah, one thing I really love is that before every time block, there's always like a little like preview intro video. And it's so fun. It's so good. But yeah, that means we are now at the start of a new time block. We got a fresh start. We managed to get everyone past midday. And so now we need to choose which one to start with. Where are we going to begin? It's like watching TV but interactive. It is. That's why I like it. I love it so much. And yeah, Tama is still stuck in the costume. She is indeed. It's only been an hour, but yeah, she's stuck in the costume. But yeah, there's like little animations as you switch between the characters, and I love it. Like, Osawa turns his head. Minorikawa stands up. Kano does a little... Yeah, Tama has the little wiggle. The wiggle's fun. But nice! The TLDR of what's happened so far. Oh goodness. A lot has happened so far. Achi and Hitomi are being held at gunpoint by the man with a cane again. Tama's survived for now, getting ready for the demonstration. Kano was chasing after the people with the briefcase. Osawa just had that whole situation with the detectives. Turns out someone in his company was leaking the antiviral, or something like that, or conducting secret trials. And Minorikawa is still just trying to get these newspaper articles done. So yeah, I think it's been the longest since I did a Kano section. But yeah, if I go back to the time chart, if we go here, yeah. Oh, Kano's ended with him getting another phone call from his fiance's dad. Minorikawa, he just did the interview with Endo Electronics. Osawa just looked through the photo album and reminisced on the fact that he was a terrible dad. Tama is Tama. And Achi is with Hitomi. They found the blue van. The blue van drove away. And the man with the cane is holding them at gunpoint again. So those are the spots we're at to start the next time block. Right, let me do a poll. Oh, there are 4 options. Who first? Okay, so we got Kano, Achi, Tama, Minorikawa, Osawa. I'll do this as a 2-minute poll. But here we go. It's poll time. It's cut off on the screen. Hold on. I need to make it bigger. Oh, no, not that way. That way. Poll! Where are we starting? Yeah, someone's just struggling with daily life while everyone else has personal crises. No, they all have pretty crisis-filled moments. There's a lot going on for all of them. Have we really got a 5-way tie? Have we really got a 5-way tie? That's amazing. Oh, someone broke the tie! Someone broke the tie with Kano. Oh. Yeah, because last time we played this, we finished Kano and Minorikawa's. So those are the characters we haven't like played as yet. At least today. Well, 3-way tie. If it is a 5-way tie, it's okay. I've got dice. I can roll a die. I can roll a d10 and just be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But it would be nice if there was an actual result of the poll. It doesn't surprise me though, I kind of expect ties at this point. It's why I've always said from now on that like I'll always do the polls, but if it ties, I'm just gonna roll a die. Just gonna roll a die and leave it to chance. I have many of them. Who wants to hear my dice? Yeah. Listen to the click-clacks. We have a 3-way tie. D6 it is. I am indeed a dice goblin! I've got so many of them. I've got loads of dice. I remember I got my first set of dice and I was like, oh, I've got a set now. I don't need anything more. I think I have 5 or 6 sets now. Right, here we go. It's between Kano, Tama, and Osawa. So Kano is 1 or 2. Tama is 3 or 4. Asawa is 5 or 6. Let's go. Let's go. It's a 1. It's Kano. Terrible roll. I got a 1. But the die has spoken. It's Kano time. Genuinely don't remember where his was. I think he's literally just chasing after the ransom money at the moment. No, Tama! So close yet so far. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be fun if there was a way to do a poll and have it so that it is like a completely blind vote. Because I feel like people get very swayed by the current votes with polls. Like, if they can see what people have already voted as, they're less likely to vote for what they actually want to. Like, what they genuinely want. And they'll just be like, oh, well, it seems to be between these two options, so I've got to vote one of these two. And it would be interesting to see how results change, if that's a thing. But yes, anyway, it is Kano time! Time to meet our attractive policeman. Kano had been watching syndicate members hand off the attaché case for an hour and a half. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. I rolled a 1, but I have plus 10 charisma and plus proficiency modifier. Plus I have a permanent plus 2 bonus from my pink hair. Just be like, okay, I rolled a 1, but I do have a plus cat for Tama. It's okay, I'm sure she'll win next time. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. The man he was tailing now was about 10 meters away. Close enough that Kano could close the distance and apprehend him at a moment's notice. But his orders remained the same. Follow and observe. Yeah, it's very interesting at the moment because usually when kidnappers take a ransom payment, they just take it. But how things are going at the moment... Oh, thank you for the hydrate! I have some sippies. But as things are going at the moment, it seems like they're just passing it from people to people, like, round in a circle. They're just going on, like, a random little trail with it. They're not trying to take it anywhere. Ugh. So, of course, all of the police resources are tied up in following this ransom case full of money. And it might not even be important. They could be just, like, trying to lure the police away. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, though. Your monk had a plus 18 to stealth? That's incredible. That is wild. You're just never noticed. Another Passover. Another Passover. He watched as the case was handed off once more. By now, the shock of seeing it pass to yet another accomplice had worn off. It's already been 90 minutes, huh? Oh, he's still wearing that? He's still wearing that? Anyway, this is Sasayama. He is another detective on the case with Kano. He really likes disguises and dressing up to blend into his surroundings. When we first met him, he was dressed as a hobo. He was dressed as a homeless guy, and he smelled terrible. And then the second time we saw him, he was on a train, dressed like an otaku. And everyone was keeping their distance from him. He's really good at blending in. And I feel like sometimes to blend in, you do have to stand out. Because you'll just be like, oh, the otaku weirdo, that's not someone who's trying to hide. Because nobody in their right mind would dress as that when they're trying to hide, right? It was Sasayama. At some point, he crept up on Kano from behind. They don't seem like they're trying to get away at all, Kano said. They're just walking. What could they be up to? Sasayama shrugged. Yeah, it's weird. Kano recalled. Dick Dictum 89. Another thing I forgot to mention earlier. Kano has a book called the... I think it's just like the Dick Diary, something like that. It's a bunch of detective quotes from a detective he looks up to. and admires. And every entry in that is called a dick dictum. Yes, very serious. Like Dick Gumshoe, you know, the detective thing? Yeah, you know? Can I recall Dick Dictum 89? Dick Dictum 89. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. Look at that CGI case. I love this. If Tatsuno's wisdom held true, the Syndicate must have some reason for what it was doing. Were they just trying to throw the investigators off their scent? No, that couldn't be it. They were wandering in circles, staying right in the same area. They were just running up the clock. What if that's exactly what they were after? Buying time. Kano felt a sudden conviction that he was on the right track. If they needed more time to make sure they got their hands on the ransom payment... Wait, hold on. Could it be that... Ha ha ha! Could it be? What are we theorizing here? This is probably a silly poll option, but I'm still doing it. I'm still making it a poll. Real case switch. Money taken already? Poll time! Now the poll is huge. Bye-bye! Stick it back in the corner. There we go. What are we theorizing here? I don't think this is an important choice, but what is our theory? They don't seem worried, so what could it be? Yeah, I feel like they know they'd be tailed. Well, they already know they are being tailed because Kano completely showed himself up earlier as well. He chased after one of them as they threw the case to somebody else. So they know that the police are tailing them, but they're just strolling casually. So it's a little suspicious. It's a little bit like, why are they doing that? What is their end goal here? What are they doing? Really? This is the one you're gonna make a tie? Really? Okay. D6 it is. Odds the case was switched. Evens the money's not in there. It's a 2. Maybe the ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore. I think this is the... I think this would be the hardest one to pull off, but what could it be that the ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore? Yeah, everyone just wants the click-clacks now, I guess. It's okay, you can have some free click-clacks. Yeah. Yeah, I just rolled a bunch of dice. Could it be that the ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore? I've got it! Sasayama perked up. You got what? Each time these crooks hand off the case... Each time these crooks hand off the case, they sneak out a bundle of 1,000,000 yen. They keep doing that, and eventually the case itself is empty. Kano, you're a genius. I think you got it. Of course, that's how they've been playing us. Kano and Sasayama exchanged a look. How many people would need to make the switch for them to get all the money? Sasayama asked. 50 million yen divided by 1 million. That makes 5 people. No! He's worse at maths than I am. He's worse at maths than I am. Yeah, he is full on dressed like an otaku. I'm pretty sure he actually has a carrier bag full of anime figures as well. He's genuinely holding a bag full of anime figures for the disguise. but even I'm better at maths than that. That's it then. No, wait. 50 people. Okay, at least he fixed it. Zerntaiki, thank you for the follow, welcome. Yeah, it's a really good disguise, really. It's the kind of person that you would see step onto a train and you would probably just not look at him. No, wait, 50 people. That many? That can't be the deal then, Sasayama said. Guess not. They both sighed in unison. They're so smart. Ooh! The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station. The heck? Sasayama grumbled. He's right back where we started. Kano felt his frustration growing. It honestly looked like the syndicate was just randomly lugging the case around town. Near Shibuya Station, a girl approached the suspect. Oh no, oh no. Anyone who saw the previous stream would know. This is a lovely, lovely woman with social anxiety who Minorikawa hired to try and do some interviews for him, to try and fill out the newspaper, the gossip magazine. And she's scared of people. But she's a journalist too, and she's probably picked the absolute worst person to interview right here. She was Japanese and entirely unlike any of the other criminal accomplices. She spoke to the man while showing him something on a notepad. He glanced at the pad but did not slow down. No. Oh, look at her, she's trying her best. Wait, that's so smart though, she's scared of talking to people so she writes it down instead. Oh, problem solving. Within moments, he had left her behind. It looked like she'd just passed him a message. Uh-oh. Well, that's sure fishy, Sasayama muttered. What, the girl? Asked Kano. Yeah, wanna go hit her up? Sasayama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Oh no, it's poll time. It's poll time. What do? Do we question her or do we leave her alone? Poll time. Decisions are to be made. What are these in-game photos? Yeah, the whole game is photos. The entire game is live action. It must have taken them so long to get all of the photos. But yeah, I think it's one thing that is really nice is that they've clearly done it in a way so that if you can ever see somebody's face, you know they're either like a main character or a paid actor. Like, you can't see the faces otherwise. Let's make the anxious girl break down. No! Oh my god, it's actually winning. Oh no. Oh no, she's trying her best. Oh no. But Shogun, lovely to see you as well, welcome. She's trying her best. What do you question or leave her alone? We're questioning her. Yeah, let's go see what she knows, because she clearly knows a lot. Like, just look at her. This is the face of someone who is definitely involved in a criminal organization. Right? Right? Yeah, let's go see what she knows. Sasayama and Kano hurried over to the girl. Excuse me, miss, we'd like to ask you a few... Are you happy with your life? The young woman shouted. She thrust her notepad in Kano's face. Tell me this. Are you happy with your life right now? Huh? Looking at the notepad, Kano saw the same question written there in big bold letters. Hey, are you happy with your life? The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the two men to actually stop and listen. Right now, sir, she continued more quietly. Are you happy? If so, if you could please take the survey about, about your life? Are you happy with it? The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Sasayama stepped in. Hey, I need to know, did you speak with that Western fellow just now? Huh? No, that isn't what I'm asking, sir. Are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy with your life right now? Kano got a sinking feeling in his stomach. This kid was looking for religious converts or something. Oh no, it does kind of sound like something cultish. You did speak with him, didn't you? Sasayama snapped. What did you tell him? The girl's rambling abruptly ceased. Her already ruddy face went even redder, and tears welled up in her eyes. No, we made her cry, no! Look what you did! You did this. Poor kid, Kano thought. She's just out here trying to get people to listen to her survey questions. There's no way she's part of this kidnapping plot. Look, miss, he said. For the time being, it would be a good idea for you to leave the area. Afraid I'm not at liberty to explain. The girl's only response was to start sobbing outright. Oh no. No! I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Kano and Sasayama exchanged awkward glances. I want to go home. I want to go home. Passers-by began shooting curious looks at the trio. Oh boy, oh dear, this is not good for being undercover, huh? Just like you when you have to go out in public. Honestly, big mood. Also, hi Mook, nice to see you. Just take her survey, she just wants to know. Are you happy with your life? Kano, you get back to work, Sasayama said. I'll escort this girl to the train station. He didn't quite manage to stifle the embarrassment in his voice. Right, Kano said. He hurried away, his eyes already searching for the suspect they'd been tailing. The game just crashed. The game just crashed. You were too mean to her. You were too mean. It just closed. It just closed. Oh no, thankfully the game auto-saves like at really frequent intervals, so it's so we haven't lost anything. But oh my god, I can't believe the game just closed out of nowhere. There wasn't even an error message or anything. It just shut. Anyway, let me get this loaded back up. That's what you get for making her cry. It was like solidarity embarrassment. I can't believe the game just closed. Oh, amazing. But are you happy with your life? Could be a game mechanic. Oh, that would be so interesting. I would love a game that... Well, there have been games that have implemented stuff like that before, but no, this is not a game mechanic. The game just crashed. But, oh my goodness, that... Yeah, that's what we get for making her cry. It's what we deserve. We did that. Right, let's continue. Bum bum bum. Right, I'm just gonna skip through everything up to where we were and see if it crashes again. It would be very interesting if it just crashes at that point. That'd be interesting. Anyway, let me just... Blah, blah, blah. I was so confused because the game just closed. It just vanished. What a moment for it to crash as well. Like, we made her cry. We made mistakes, and it was just like, no, that you don't deserve to continue now. How could you? How could you do such a thing? Are you happy with your life? Are you happy? Are you happy? Please be happy. Please be happy. Teehee. I love that it's just like, is she like recruiting for a cult or something? No, she's just very scared. She's just a very scared baby. And I want to give her, I just want to give her a hug. She's trying her hardest. She really doesn't want to do this job. She's really bad with people, and Minorikawa was like, hey, you gotta interview people. I wanna go home. Alright, here we were. Didn't crash this time. Okay, we good. It didn't take long to find him. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all of the criminals who'd handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. That fact made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger, and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things loud and clear on that front. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Oh, that fierce determination. Look at that. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostages' safety. This was a situation where Tateno would have stuck to his guns for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. Flashback? More Kano lore? Kano lore? I don't think criminals really care about what's fair, to be honest. Ooh. Just a young Kano. So full of dreams, so naive. A burglar had shut himself inside a financial office and doused the place in gasoline. Kano had just been put on police box duty and was ordered to the scene because his box was just down the street from the standoff. Police box duty. Oh. This game came out in 2009. It's quite an old game. It originally came out for the Nintendo Wii, which should give you a better idea of when it's based. But it's meant to be like a modern day thing from when it was made, but it's a mid-2000s situation going on here. Police box duty. Nobody is assigned to a detective post right after graduating from the police academy. Detective positions can be quite hard to come by. Candidates are selected for detective training only after accumulating enough experience working at the local police box, a very small type of neighborhood station manned by only a handful of officers. Several officers had surrounded the building, keeping close tabs on the situation. The suspect was shouting nonsense through the entrance on the first floor. Things were getting heated. A crowd of alarmed onlookers had started to form as well. "Step aside," a voice said suddenly from amidst the throng. Your modem game becomes a period piece because of enough time passing. Oh god, I saw a post the other day saying that PS2 games were retro, and I was like, no, it can't be. It can't be, please. No, I grew up with those. A middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit had approached Kano as he hovered nervously at the edge of the scene. "I'm sorry, sir," Kano said. "You have to stay back for your own safety." Oh, look at that mullet. Look at that mullet. That is one heck of a mullet. He attempted to usher the man back into the crowd. A no-nonsense look crossed the newcomer's face. He spoke in a low voice. "I'm Detective Tatano from the Shibuya precinct. What's the situation?" "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course." Kano stammered, then quickly explained. "He hasn't taken anyone hostage, but there are still people on the upper floors of the building." Giving only a slight nod, Tatano marched straight up to the building. Oh. For anyone who isn't aware, this is the detective who inspired Kano to become a detective, instead of just a regular police officer. This is the man that inspired him to reach new heights in his career. The plastic container of gasoline the suspect had used was on the ground out front. Tatano picked it up and dumped the remaining contents out over his head. Kano was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How sure are we that this guy is actually a detective and not just a blagging civilian? Depends on how good we think Kano is at his job. Which is probably a coin flip, honestly, but I think he probably would have seen ID. I hope. I would hope he would see ID before letting him in. Mind you, this is also the guy who thought that 5 people could get 50 million yen by taking 1 million yen out, one at a time. Yeah, he didn't recognize the guy until he gave his name. Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know if it's just me, I always imagine like when a detective is like giving their name, or someone's like being like, "I'm John Smith, FBI," they usually hold their badge up as they say their name. You know what I mean? Like the simultaneous like badge pull as they say their name. I don't know, it didn't specify though, so it could be either way at this point. We have no idea. "I've covered myself in gasoline too," Tatano called out from the entryway. The tension in the air ratcheted itself up several notches. "Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Kano heard the burglar shouting from inside. "If you're gonna do it, do it!" Tatano called out. "We can die together." And he walked into the building. I don't think this is protocol. Yeah, me too, Kano. Yeah, me too. Another hostage saved, light cigarette. Machia, no. All Kano could do was watch things unfold through the plate glass window. Tatano was talking to the burglar, but Kano couldn't make out the words. The crook was clutching a lighter, his hand trembling. His expression was like that of a frightened child. Tatano slowly approached him and took firm hold of his shaking hand. The onlookers erupted into cheers and applause. Tatano handed the now docile subject over to the detectives, then wearily sat down against the planter out front. It was like something ripped straight out of a police drama. Yeah, what the heck was that? That was amazing, Kano breathed. You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. You let a situation like this get even a little out of hand, and you never know how things might go south on you. Tatano spoke quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. As the police evacuated the rest of the building, Kano noticed that there were children and elderly people among them. If the perp had managed to set the fire, there was no way they would have escaped in time. But, I mean, what if he'd actually set the place on fire? If someone's willing to risk their life, you're not going to convince them of anything unless you do the same. Kano still remembered the awe he'd felt at Tatano's matter-of-fact tone. Kano hadn't become a police officer out of any real sense of duty. He just thought it would make Rumi happy if he became a detective like her father. Besides, civil servants tended to stay afloat in times of recession, and his time playing rugby meant he was in good physical shape for the job. I love his reasoning, just like, well, it's a stable job. It's probably fine. He'd never really thought too much about protecting the citizenry or keeping the peace. But now here he was, in the presence of a detective who'd literally risked his life in the line of duty, without a second thought. A police officer never loses sight of what he's supposed to protect. Ever. Getting back to his feet, Tatano tugged off his gasoline-drenched coat and walked away. Kano wrote the words in a notebook he'd just purchased. Thus the Dick Diary was born. Oh, the humble origins. The backstory behind the Dick Diary is beautiful. Thinking back to the way Tatano had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Yeah, I love the name of the book. It's so good. Dick Diary. You know, like a Dick Gumshoe, the detective. Of that, Kano was now certain. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. He uttered the fundamental Dick dictum out loud. Well, you've lost sight of it completely, a voice said out of nowhere. What? Kano spun around. It was Shizuo. Kieran! What a time to enter! Honestly, this game, I'm losing track of the amount of times I've said dick in this. It feels weird. Welcome. It's innocent. It's just a detective term. It's a detective thing. Really. God, I love how dramatic this music is too. Kano spun around. It was Shizuo. You've never heard that before? Wait. What is the origin of Dick Gumshoe then? I'm so curious now. Maybe it's a British thing? I want to check now. I'm so curious. No, I don't want to search for Gum Shield. No, that would be a very, very different search. Yeah, no, it's because Dick is like a shortened term for detective. It might be a British thing. But I remember I found it out because of the Phoenix Wright character. Because the Phoenix Wright character, Dick Gumshoe, and it's like Dick means detective, and Gumshoe means detective, so his name is basically Detective. And I remember thinking that was hilarious. But I don't actually know the origins of it now. Bum. Private Dick. This is a search I don't really want to make. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, and Loxley, hello! Very American, it's a noir staple. Because I always know it as something that's like just short for like detective. Oh, apparently there are a lot of theories behind it, but nobody knows for sure. That's so interesting, yeah. Theory around the Romanian word for seeing or watching. Another that it's just like a shortened version of detective. Another theory is because one of the earliest heroes of the detective literary genre was named Dick Donovan. There was a famous Scottish detective called Dick Donovan in the late 1800s. So it could have originated from there as well. It's so interesting to think about. Ooh. Yeah, it could be like anything. There's so many possibilities. Like Dick Tracy. Yeah, this is so interesting. Now that I'm like Googling it, the rabbit hole goes down so far. I also love that I'm looking all of this up while that we've got this like dramatic organ music playing in the background. That's so interesting. Like, I never really considered it before because it was just something I'd heard of, and I was just like, yeah, okay, I know that now. But yeah, like Private Dick is a private detective. But yeah, there are so many things that could be inspiration for it, but nobody can like find a specific origin. That is so fascinating. That is so fascinating. Anyway, I'm done talking about Dick now, I think. It's now time for something. It's time for the scariest thing in the world. And that is his fiance's father, who he has not been able to get the blessing of for marrying his daughter. Like, he wants to get Shizuo's blessing to marry his fiancée, but he hasn't been able to meet him yet. And also, Shizuo seems to hate detectives, even though he was also a detective. So he's not been able to impress this guy so far. No, you better not. I'll clip you. Oh my god, oh! Rumi was with him! Oh, okay. I love that he's in the middle of this huge ransom kidnapping case. But he's also having to deal with future father-in-law trouble as well. Rumi was with him. Sir? Kano stuttered. Weren't you supposed to be waiting at the cafe for... There was some lowlife there, so we left. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under ordinary circumstances. Right now, he looked like a man possessed. Oh, I beg your pardon? I'm still on duty at the moment. I'm going back home, Shizuo huffed. You're not marrying my daughter. He turned to walk away. No, please, just wait. I'm done waiting. Now I'm going home. Please, don't do this. Just hear me out. I've heard all I need to hear from you. Rumi, we're leaving. Dad, please. Goodbye. Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind. Shinya! She called out over her shoulder. Rumi. She was gone. Rumi was gone. Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated in an agony of indecision. I can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Oh, Detective Tatano. What should I do? Tatano, Still, the dictum echoed in his mind. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. I love the slow zoom onto his distraught face. And Gambler, hello! Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome. I think you've joined right as a bad end is happening. Hi. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. I 6 months later. 6 months later. Kano made his way through a small corner of a vast field in the Nagano countryside. Slowly and leisurely, he tilled the soil. He'd surprised himself with his own newfound enthusiasm for organic farming, learning more from Shizuo day after day. His father-in-law had taught him the ways of farming from the ground up, and while things had been rocky between them at first, their friendship was now growing strong. Look how happy he is! Look! Pausing to wipe his brow, he smiled at the acreage around him. He looked forward to tending the crops he'd sown until harvest came around. If he'd stayed on as a detective, he might well never have known the joy he now found in his work. And this wasn't the only seed Kano had planted. By the time harvest season came around, the new life growing within his dear Rumi's belly would be ready to celebrate it with them. Don't make the pregnancy seed jokes, don't make the... There's a baby. Bad end 17. We got married. We did it. We did it. Game over. Kano's got the best ending possible. Everyone else is absolutely doomed, but who cares? Kano's fine. But yeah, that is a bad end. Because without the head detective on the case is not going to be solved. And probably everyone else is going to die. But it's a good end for him. It's fine if we just don't care about anybody else. If we just don't care about the future of anybody else in the game, then we could just leave it at that. That could just be like, okay, thanks everyone. We finished Shibuya Scramble. Got a lovely little life. Like, got a farm, got a family. Anyway, that is a bad end. And that is a bad end that is not because of our choices. It is because someone caused a ruckus in the cafe. So we know for the future that whichever character we play as next, if they're heading to that cafe, we need to make sure they don't we need to make sure they don't drive the family out. Watch the good end have Kano die horribly. No, that's not a good end though. But yes, that is all we can do with Kano at the moment. That's all we can do with Kano at the moment. We have to play as one of the other characters to try and change that future. We need to avert that future. Because the things we do as the other characters, they affect what happens to others too. So like, for example, say Minorikawa goes bursting into that cafe and starts yelling at everyone, and so Shizuo and Rumi leave. That would cause Kano to run into them on the street and quit being a detective. But if we then play as him and have an option to sit quietly and behave ourselves, then that wouldn't happen, and maybe Kano would not quit being a detective. It's always so interesting to see how the smallest things can make such a big difference. But yes, that is all we can do as Kano. Are you happy with your life? He is now. He realized he wasn't happy with his life. But anyway, it's time for the next poll. It's time to decide who we want to check out next. So I will make a new poll. And we will go Achi, Tama, Minorikawa, and Osawa. I'll put that up as a little 2-minute poll. And Oh, I need to make it bigger again. There we go. Who next? Whose path shall we do next? We have got Achi, the lovable himbo, who is not very smart, but he's got a pure heart. We have got Tama, who is a girl in a cat mascot costume. We've got Osawa, who is a terrible dad. And we've got Minorikawa, who is very passionate. But yes, Tama wears a cat mascot costume. She's stuck in it. She's lost her memory, presumably from being hit on the back of the head because her head keeps hurting, and she's stuck in a cat mascot costume that she can't take off. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this result. I'm not surprised this time. But I love the vote for Osawa as well. Like we've got like an overwhelming Tama majority, but someone was also like, "Oh, he's a terrible dad." Yeah, I kind of want to see what's going on there. She an IRL VTuber. No, she just took on a job because she saw a necklace in like a pawn shop window and was like, I need that necklace. I need money. But she's lost her memory and her head keeps hurting when she tries to remember things, so she probably suffered a head injury at some point. And she's stuck in this mascot costume because the zip is stuck and it's all attached as like one separate thing. And she can't just cut her way out of it because they only hired it. They only rented it, and they'd have to pay if it gets damaged. That's why she's stuck in a mascot costume. Oh, want to know more about the virus ransom blackmail? Yes. Well, there is plenty more to come. I'm going to be doing everything eventually. It's just which one we're doing first. How did she get in? Well, the zip wasn't stuck when she put it on. It was only after she put it on that it all got, like, caught up. And now she can't get it off. But yes, it looks like it's Tama time. It's Tama time! But yeah, Tama was waylaid on the street by a very shady guy, saying that she could earn some money very quickly for a quick job. She's trying to sell the Burning Hammer energy drink, where you take a sip and the pounds just melt away. I think it's more like your stomach lining melts away when you do it. It doesn't work, but she needs to sell it. She's got to sell it if she wants to get paid, so she's got a terrible time ahead of her. Stop. Tama time. But anyway, it is time to prepare for the sales demo! I don't see how this could possibly go wrong. In 1 hour, the Burning Hammer sales demo will begin. Oh, hi, Cheery! Cheery is also helping. She's also part of the job as well. Oh my goodness, Cassie! Hello! Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Oh, we got like happy music for the raid. I'm glad you raided at this moment and not when like the ominous organ music was happening. But welcome. How's it going? I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream. Playing Fall Guys? Yes, snack eating as soon as you join. Cheery does like her snacks. She also ate Tama's lunch too, because Tama couldn't eat it because of being stuck in a mascot costume. But thank you for the raid and welcome! Oh, I'm glad you had fun. I haven't played Fall Guys in ages. I'm really bad at it, but I've not played it in so long. But that's absolutely fine, yes. If you're tired after your stream, please go rest, go and hydrate and rest well. But thank you for bringing the raid over here. And for anyone who's new here, hello! I'm Lirie, I'm a pink-haired cat girl from the UK, and I love comfy games and puzzle games. And this is kind of neither of those. This is a really chaotic story game. And it's like my 4th stream of it, so it may be a little confusing for anyone just joining now as to what the story is, but there's a lot happening. It's a lot. The game is a lot. It is a big... Everything happens. Everything happens. But it's really fun. But thank you for bringing the raid over here. I hope you rest well. And oh my god, what a username. Thank you for the follow, welcome. Here for vibes, yeah. I figured even if you don't know what the story is like, you can still enjoy the story time. Just be sat here like, I don't know what's happening, but we could still chill. Plus it's Tama's story now as well, which is probably the best time for a raid to happen. Because Tama, as a character, she is a girl with amnesia who is stuck in a cat mascot costume trying to sell dodgy energy drinks. No, like weight loss drinks. She's trying to sell dodgy weight loss drinks because she desperately needs money, but she doesn't remember anything about her life. She just knows that she saw a necklace in a window in a shop, and she needs to buy that necklace. So she needs money. That's her entire character. That's all we know at the moment. But yeah, the mascot suit she was in got stuck. So she's stuck in a giant mascot costume and hasn't been able to escape it yet. So it's going well. She's having a great day. Having a wonderful time. She's already skipped lunch because she couldn't eat through the costume. But she did manage to have a drink. She did manage to poke a straw through the tiny mouth hole of the cat costume. So she's not going to perish, at least, hopefully. But it's gotta be very warm in that thing. Yeah, usually lost as to what's happening, but the vibes, yeah, that's what we're going for. But if anyone's ever curious about the story as well, all of the other parts, I upload the VODs to YouTube, so you can see, like, a full playlist of everything that's going on. And it's probably a more streamlined story experience, too, because you can just, like, scrub through the video whenever I get distracted and start rambling on about things for half an hour. So you can just get the story. But oh, thank you for the hydrate too. I will have a sip of my drinks. Have a little sippy. And I'll have a sip of my tea. Oh, I don't know actually. I'm pretty sure it is on PlayStation, but I'm not entirely sure. It originally came out on the Nintendo Wii, but it took ages for it to get localized and translated. So by the time it was localized, I'm pretty sure it is on PlayStation. I just don't remember which one. I just searched for Shibuya Scramble. That just comes up with the actual place. Oh, it's on PlayStation 3. Oh no, it's on PS4. It's on PS4. Yes. It's available on PS4 and Windows, which I'm playing it on. But yeah, the PS3 was the original Japanese release, but it got upgraded to PlayStation 4 for the worldwide. So yeah, it is. It's available on PS4, and I highly recommend it. It's so fun. It's a really, really fun game. It's so interesting because it's just like a live-action visual novel story, but the things you do as one protagonist can affect what happens to another protagonist. So like, you can be playing as one guy, and you can run in front of a car in the road, and the car stops, and then you continue. But then you play from another perspective, and you'll be like the guy in the car, and then your journey has been disrupted. It's really, really clever how it works, but also like, the strangest small things can make a huge difference. So it's really fun to pick all the wrong things and see what happens. But yes, at the moment we are playing as Tama in her cat mascot costume, and we're preparing for the sales demo for Burning Hammer, the very safe-sounding weight loss drink. Drink it and just burn the pounds away. And probably also your entire stomach, but it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Bad end, 6 months later, everyone just thinks Tama's a cat cryptid, and she just goes around stopping crime and scaring everyone. Oh, bad end, Tama gets abducted by a cult of shy survey girls. Oh, bad end, she just can't get out of the costume ever again. And she just gives up. Chiri is laying out the assortment of snacks that we'll have on hand. That's a lot of snacks. Hey Tama, you hungry? Why, yes. Yes, I am. I mean, that should be pretty obvious at this point. There she is. She's sulking in the corner. She can't eat. She can't eat. The head of the mascot costume just has a tiny hole for the mouth, and she can't fit anything through it. All I've had since putting on this stupid mascot costume is some burning hammer and a bunch of iced tea. Hey now! Cheery shoots back. What's with the attitude? Cheery, you do remember that you ate my lunch, right? The sticker said it was best before noon. You just made that up. Yeah. Cheery chortles merrily and chugs some more iced tea. I love Cheery. She's so good. Okay, folks! Mr. Yanagishita calls out as he slips into the room. Lunch break's over! Back to work! I don't feel like I've had much of a break. If anything, I'm even more mentally exhausted than I was before. Oh yeah, the giant chicken in the back, that was Cheery's costume. That was the mascot costume that she was wearing, but she has managed to get out of it. And Tama's got stuck. There's a box full of Anagotchi toys in the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Mind bringing those down? Anagotchi? I ask. What's that? The name makes it sound like some sort of product knockoff. Mr. Yanagishita's face widens in surprise. You've never heard of them? You know, Anagotchi! It's a digital pet game where you raise an eel that lives in Tokyo Bay! Is it bad? I kind of want one. Anagotchi. A portable electronic game in which you raise a conga eel, Anago, feeding it daily and clearing away feces. Depending how you raise your eel, it can wind up developing into various forms, from normal eel to ultimate eel sushi. You can also use the infrared communication feature to bring over friends for your eel from another nearby Anagotchi device. There is also a sister product, Trout Watch. By connecting the two, you can view a special event where the eel and trout characters go to a pub together. I want this. I want this. I want this so badly. I genuinely want an Anagotchi. Also, don't worry. It's not more than a couple of hours. It's still only like midday in the game. She would have put it on in the morning, and it's only midday now, so it's not like she's been wearing it for days on end. Listen to the little bleep bleeps. Never heard of it, I say. Huh. Well, I guess maybe a lot of people in Japan haven't heard of it yet. But it's all the rage right now with youngsters over in NYC. NYC? Oh, he must mean New York City. It's popular in New York? Really? Anyway, I did some quick checking and that's what I learned, so last month I bought a whole bunch of them. And once again, you were swindled. Yep. Ouch. Cheery dropping the hard truth. Mr. Yanagishita lets out a pathetic whimper. No! Just like that, his confidence evaporates. He starts muttering to himself. I thought it sounded a little fishy, really. I mean, think about it. Why would kids in New York be interested in raising eels from Tokyo Bay? He muses. And what appeal would an eel character even have anyway? None, that's what. I should have known that. I did know it. Then why'd you buy them? This farce is getting tiresome. It's just like, this idiot, why does he keep buying these things? I love the tears so much. Look at that face. That's anguish. I don't feel bad for him. He's he just keeps getting scammed. It's like, if it happens once, that's awful. If it happens twice, you should be very careful. When it happens like 7 times, that's just your own fault at that point. You should just not. Anyway, Yanagishita continues, it was gonna cost way too much to keep them in storage, so I was just gonna let the recycling guy take them. He hangs his head in shame. In a matter of moments, he's borderline catatonic. A translation note. The type of eel that gives Anagotchi its name, Anago, can be loosely translated as the creature that lives in a hole. Mr. Yanagishita's probably wishing he could crawl it into a hole right about now. I love that. Like, they obviously couldn't keep the exact translation for that, but they put a little tooltip in so you still get the meaning. I love that. Cheery, on the other hand, flashes a big bright grin. Still, you know, eel's pretty delicious. Oh, Cheery! Yanagishita blurts. Thank you! He clasps her hands in gratitude. I wasn't exactly complimenting you there, boss. It's the same thing. There's a little bit of me in each of my products. Anagotchi and I are one and the same. We've got another tooltip here for Anagotchi. Oh my god, we get a video? We get a video! A brief Anagotchi gameplay clip. The trick is to feed your eel proper food and give it proper exercise. Another important strategy tip is to make sure to obtain the sharp chef's knife when you visit Kappabashi Kitchen Town partway through the game. Are we ready to watch the Anagotchi gameplay video? I'm ready, let's watch it. We give it a grub. Oh, look at it go! Cook! Oh! Oh. Well. I see. We got a lot of long-lasting appeal. Yeah, this is a very long-term game, clearly. Like, you gotta keep looking after it for a while. That's... Oh my... Amazing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Which is to say, eels and I are one and the same. Yeah, you're both pretty slippery. Go on then. Say something nice about eels. Cheery chimes right in without missing a beat. Eels are awesome. When it comes to eel sushi, 100 pieces barely whets my appetite. You know, these two make quite a pair. That really means a lot to me, Chiri. Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand what any of this is about, but if it helps mend Mr. Yanagishita's wounded spirits, I guess I can't complain. I leave them to their devices and head for the storeroom. Let's go get some eels. Oh. Ominous Tama face. Wait, what's the button to... Oh, there. View the background. The storeroom door opens with a rough grating sound. Okay, now where's the light switch? I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the switch box. My costume paws mute the sensations in my hand enough that even finding that is difficult. Let there be light! I bat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the lights come on. Apparently I found the switch, even if I didn't feel it. Whoa. What the heck is this? The storeroom is practically overflowing with shoddy goods. A painting that looks like a child's scribblings. An oddly shaped hat bearing the words "Grow 2 inches, guaranteed." A cheap-looking pendant with a tag that says it's set with a miracle stone. What is a miracle stone? These stones are nothing more than simple glass beads that were purchased at 5,000 yen apiece. The seller claimed, normally these sell for 10,000 a pop, but if you buy 100 of them, I'll give you half off. At which the buyer declared it really is a miracle, before joyfully agreeing to the purchase. The fact that someone like Yanagishita actually exists to buy these things up is also a kind of miracle. He really is helpless. It's like this is the knockoff boneyard where cheap products go to die. They break away from their pathetic herd, knowing their time has come, and end up in this graveyard of a storeroom. Let's see. Anagotchi, Anagotchi. There they are! I quickly spy the cardboard box I'm looking for. Then I catch sight of a dark silhouette out of the corner of my eye. Ah! I yelp. Oh no! Oh no! 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 It's one of them. Them. Black. Flat. Quick. Long antennae. Often spotted in kitchens. Sometimes, somehow, their legs wind up in restaurant food. Ew. The size, the speed, the dark shape. It couldn't be anything else. It peers back at me from the shadow of the Anagotchi box, the faint light catching the luster of its carapace. Oh, no, 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 no. It looks ready to leap out at me at any moment. I need to act fast. Oh no. What do? It's Paul time. What are we going to do with the cockroach? Paul time. Paul time. We're gonna fight, we're gonna run. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, of course. Oh. Are we really gonna spar a cockroach right now? I think we are, yeah, I'm pretty sure we are, huh? Yeah. I'm having some more of my monster. Gotta face your fears and then beat them up. I ain't afraid of no roach. Yeah, I think we're fighting. Honestly, understandable. I feel like my main approach to a lot of things tends to be, like, in a game like this, if I'm given an option, I usually go for violence. I need to act fast. I challenge it to single combat. We're fighting. It's fighting time. It flitters aloft. It's gunning for me, alright. Bracing myself, I step forward to confront it, which paradoxically helps calm my nerves. I get the sneaking suspicion that this isn't the first time I've done battle with one of these things. It's like I've trained myself to protect someone who's even more scared of them than I am. Tama memories? Hello? As I mull that over, that thing hovering in the air presses its attack against me! Now's my chance! I snatch up a nearby piece of cardboard and swat at the creature hard. It sails out the window in a graceful arc, then flitters away into the world beyond. Whew. At least we parted on mutually acceptable terms. I didn't have to squash it or blast it with pesticide. Hefting the box labelled Anagotchi, I scurry away from the graveyard of schlock merchandise. We did it. We kind of did it. It's out of there, so we did it. Phew. I made it. But yeah, that's quite interesting. We got a memory. We got a Tama memory of cockroaches. Great. Isn't that a wonderful memory to regain? Isn't it amazing? Obliterate. I wish. It just kind of just flew away somewhere. Can't wait to see how the cockroach affects someone else's timeline. Now you're getting how this game works. Phew. I made it. When I get back to the break room, Mr. Yanagishita is still clutching Chiri's hands. And eel's super tasty when you salt broil it too. Thank you! But tempura style is probably the best. Thank you! Well, Mr. Yanagishita's spirits have certainly turned around. Okay, got it. I hold out the big cardboard box. Oh, look at it! I love Tama. I love Tama so much. Look at that little face. Look at that little face. Well, it's not so little. It's not such a little face, huh? Excellent! Thank you! You girls are the greatest! Yanagishita shouts. I've turned him into Beetle. Oh, I kind of have, haven't I? Oopsie. Teehee. His voice resounds with gratitude. Hey, that's it! I just got an amazing idea! Why don't the three of us start our own company? I'll pass. Chiri and I respond in unison. Oh, I love this picture. Man, you two shot that one down quick. Oh well, for now, let's just focus on selling Burning Hammer. By the way, I ask, where is the Burning Hammer? There wasn't any in the storeroom, and I don't see any here, either. Oh, that's right! It's out back on the loading dock. We should probably go bring it in. Oh, and bring the Anagotchis with you, too. The recycling guy's gonna be showing up soon. Come on, let's go! I wonder where this could be going. Totally have no idea where this could be going. Chiri and I follow Mr. Yanagishita out to the loading dock. But the loading dock, it turns out, is empty. There's no sign of the Burning Hammer anywhere. It's gone, Mr. Yanagishita murmurs. Then his voice rises to a shout. It's gone! All gone! The Burning Hammer, it's all gone! Flying into a panic, he searches frantically from one end of the dock to the other, leaping into the air, even peering down into the cracks. But no matter where he looks, there's nothing for him to find. It was right here a little while ago, like, right here! Right here! I hear the sound of an engine revving outside. Mr. Yanagishita cries out in alarm. We can see a truck starting to pull away. Its bed is piled high with cardboard boxes and other assorted trash. Hey, boss? Is that... Yes, there it is! Mr. Yanagishita begins racing after the truck. My Burning Hammer! His voice cracks as he cries out. Give that back! Give it back! But he's no match for a speeding truck, and the boxes of Burning Hammer vanish before his eyes. Burning Hammer! Come back! Come back! Yanagishita's wailing echoes from the surrounding buildings. It's like something out of a movie. What the hell? up with that truck? Tama, who the heck was that? Hey, don't look at me, I reply. Huh. With all those piles of stuff, it looked just like the recycling guy. Oh, wait. Oh no, that was him saying that. Huh. With all those piles of stuff, it looked just like the recycling guy. As soon as he says it, revelation dawns on his face. The recycling guy, he mutters. I can see the color draining from his face. The words recycling guy give me an idea. If it was him, maybe he thought he was picking up the Anagotchis by We have to find it! We have to find that truck! The man is absolutely beside himself. Chiri, Tama, you two split up and try to track it down! Wait, why do we have to look for it? Again, Chiri and I speak in chorus. If there's no sales demo, there's no money to pay you! And then all the work you've done will be for nothing! Right. When he puts it that way, I guess there isn't much of a choice. Somehow or another, we'll have to find that truck. It can't have gotten far, he continues. Now go hunt for it like your life depended on it. Chiri and I look at each other and sigh. How do you want to do this? She asks. Want to search together, or should we split up? Ooh, decisions. Decisions. All this for a single necklace. I don't feel like it's worth it, but she clearly thinks it is. Anyway, what do? What do? Together or split up? It's poll time. What are we doing? Where are we going? Are we going to split up and look for clues, or are we going to try and find it together? The poll is up. Oh, this is so even. This is so even. Yeah, more Chiri is always good. It's true. It's very true. And Server, hello! Opening this stream while this game is... I feel like every single scene ends up being a jump scare if you're not expecting it. Hello. It's got some great shots. It's got some beautiful moments. But who could be scared by Tama, though? She's so cute. She's so cute and fluffy and lovely. With her 4 whiskers. Oh, it looks like Together's winning. I think we might be sticking with Chiri for a bit. Yeah, we're sticking with Chiri. We're not splitting up. That's dangerous. Like, if you split up in a horror movie, you die, and I don't think this is a horror movie, but still. Let's go together. And so Chiri and I head out in search of the truck. Oh no. Oh dear. Lulu, hello! This is Tama! This is Tama, hello, welcome. Oh, thank you for brushing my hair. I've got sleek hair now. But anyone who doesn't know, this is the guy who is the lead of the publishing house, who is being chased by loan sharks. And his daughter. As we make our way down Center Guy, peering in all directions, I accidentally bump right into a man who's out with his daughter. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and go to bow to the man in apology. Ow! He bows at the same time, and we manage to bonk our heads together. Sorry. As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. Hannah, wait! The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. As we make our way back down the road, Chiri's eyes light upon a cafe. It's so good, and you've only been here a minute. Honestly, Tama is the... She's beautiful. Look at her. She's so good. Tama's backstory is she's lost her memory. She's probably been hit on the head. And she took on a job in this mascot costume. And now she can't take it off because the zip's stuck. So she's stuck. And they're now trying to find the products they're meant to be selling this afternoon so she can get paid. As we make our way back down the road, Chiri's eyes light upon a cafe. Man, I am super hungry, she mutters. Not now, we have to find that truck. Yeah, I know. I stride purposefully along, and though Chiri flashes the eatery a long, lingering look, she falls into step behind me. Yeah, if we'd split up, she would totally just be in that cafe eating, huh? Oh, thank you for the work, Lurk! I hope your work day goes well. Hopefully the work isn't too stressful, but thank you for lurking. I will definitely enjoy stream. I love this game. Chiri and I wander around town for another 10 minutes or so. She stands out a little bit, huh? We don't see any sign of the truck, though. I sigh. It really is good and gone, huh? I turn to look back at Chiri. Huh? Wait, what? Look at that guy in the background looking back. I was wondering what those hearts were for a second. It's on his bag. I think it's the bag he's holding. It's just got giant hearts on it. Chiri's gone. She must have slipped away from me at some point. I take a quick look around, but there's no sign of her. When did she split off? She was just there 2 or 3 minutes ago. Do wonder how they made this game. Yeah, there's a lot of like background characters and stuff. There's a lot of like actors that they have in the background for shots where they need like faces, like crowd people. Yes, that is the official term. But no, they have a lot of like side actor roles, and I'm pretty sure like if it's a shot where there's random public members, they never show the faces, so... Thank you for the hydrate and the glasses! Hi, Rava! Let me have a sip of my drink. Oh wow, I haven't had my glasses on this whole time. How have I been reading? Proud of myself. I don't need them, but I probably should wear them. It's 12:35. Oh, you had a watch like this. I feel like I had a watch like this too. I remember a time when there was like a phase with these kind of cool watches, and it'd be the type where you can like take off the faceplates and stuff and replace the faceplates and have like mix and match different styles. And they were so chunky, and I never used them to tell the time. I just wanted to get all the fun faceplates and make it look cool. But I used to have like a really big watch like that. And just like the yokai watch, except I couldn't have like fun yokai noises with it. I couldn't make Jibanyan scream with the old watch I had. But yeah, I definitely had a watch like that too, and it had all these like different modes for it, and I didn't know how to do anything, so I just didn't touch the buttons. It's 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. What do I do? I don't have time to go looking for Chiri. Guess I'll have to keep searching for the truck by myself then. But I have no clues to go on, so I don't know how I'm ever going to find it. What should I do? Oh, we're locked. We're locked out. It's not a bad end. It's not a bad end, but we can't continue yet until we get a jump from another character, so... Woohoo! That means we've made some pretty good decisions so far. Right, so we've got to keep out for Tama. We got Kano's bad end. So it's between Minorikawa, Osawa, and Achi as to who we go for next. It is poll time! Whomst? Achi, Minorikawa, Osawa. Let's get that poll up and started. And Bloody Bear, thank you for the follow! Welcome! Oops, you can't see the bit. There we go. I should just have like multiple poll things depending on how many options there are, instead of having to adjust it each time. Huge fan of making good decisions, me too. Only the most sensible decisions. But thank you for the follow and welcome. Who are we going for next? Is it going to be Achi, our lovable himbo? Is it going to be Minorikawa, our passionate journalist? Or is it going to be Osawa, our terrible dad? Ah, the choice is ours. Looks like it's going to be Achi so far, though. And we left Achi at quite a point, too. Where in the last time block, it ended with him and Hitomi. I always forget which twin it is. Him and Hitomi were being held at gunpoint again by the man with the cane. Good times. So I'm sure we're going to start with great decisions if we start with Achi as well. It looks like Achi's winning. Oh, another vote for Achi? Yep. I think Achi's winning this poll. And I'm glad. I like him. He's so good. Honestly, I really love the 5 protagonists in this game. I feel like it really adds such an interesting element to the game. Like, you're seeing the same area, the same incidents, but there are all these different stories. And you're kind of wondering, like, how are they going to connect? Like, some of them have already connected. Like, we know Achi is with Hitomi at the moment, and Hitomi is the twin sister of the person who is involved in Kano's case. Minorikawa is just talking to literally everybody. Osawa is literally their dad. And then it's like, how the heck does Tama come into this? Oh, I voted Osawa because nobody else did. Oh, he got at least one vote. That's what he gets for being a bad dad. But it is Achi time! We're continuing with Achi. And we're probably going to make some really bad choices here as we try and escape our armed gunman running through Center Guy. Oh hey, who else is in Center Guy at the moment? Haha. Achi and Hitomi scampered through the back roads along Center Guy, white sneakers and pumps slapping on the pavement. Achi kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. "There's no way he'll find us here," he said. "No one knows about this place." He took another look around, then let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they'd managed to shake the gunman for now. Oh, what a lovely place. Back when Achi was with SOS, he had come through Center Guy practically every day. We got another tooltip for SOS, the gang. The abbreviation for Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Achi when he founded it. Originally just a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, it has since become a gang that picks fights around Shibuya. Yeah, it's a little different from when he just was hanging out with his friends, huh? And Maury, hello! Nice to see you! Welcome, welcome. You're in time for story time. It is story time indeed. Oh, thank you for the posture check! Oh, I'm gonna have a big stretch. Sit up straight. Stretch my arms out. I always need the arm stretches the most. I never realize. And I will have a sip of my tea. Because I have tea today. And it's in my flask, so it's still warm. Honestly, the tea is really nice for when I'm doing streams like this with a lot of reading, because... warm drink, it's nice. But welcome and good morning! Thank you. Thank you for the self-care check. We're in an alleyway! Back when Achi was with SOS, he had come through Center Guy practically every day. The gang had started out as little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was they were having fun. Have a monster? Oh, I should have a sip of my monster too. I've always got my monster, but yeah, the tea is always nice. I always forget to make it. But Xander boiled the kettle before I was about to stream, and I was like, oh, actually, you know what? I'll fill my flask up. And I'm so glad I did. It's so nice. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was that they were having fun. But it wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Achi couldn't help but notice the slobs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it all up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts out on the street, or plastered walls in graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started trying to pick fights with its members. Those guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon it became known as one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. I love how it's just like he started hanging out with his friends, and then he got mad at people littering, and now they're just a full gang. It's a slippery slope. Let's lay low here for a bit and see what happens, Achi said. The alley where they hid was like a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. The only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back to Dogenzaka without the man with the cane catching them once more. Achi? Hitomi whispered. I think I can handle myself from here. She got to her feet and gave Achi a deep bow. Whoa! Achi held up her hand. We've been over this already. You're not gonna be okay. That guy has a gun! If he let her go up against that assassin alone, he might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me, Hitomi continued, as if she hadn't heard him. Yeah, don't hang out with your friends. It'll become a dangerous street gang. Yeah, it's slippery slope. Be careful. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. Hey, what did I just say? Really, Achi, I appreciate your concern, but I can't in good conscience put you in danger anymore. But, I mean... Achi tried to press the point, but Hitomi cut him off. There's no good reason for you to risk yourself to keep helping me. Her tone was resolute. Uh-oh. Poll time. What do? Are we gonna... Don't back down, or back down? Let's get the poll up, and it's too big again. Teehee. Boop. Alright, what are we gonna do here? She seems very determined. She seems very determined to leave. Yeah, we're not leaving her, are we? It's not what Achi would do either. He wouldn't just be like, alright, well if you say so, see ya. Bye. He is a very determined guy. Yeah, I think we know which result is winning this poll. Unless 8 people magically just appear now just to spam the other option. Yeah, we're not just gonna let her walk off when there's a guy with a gun chasing after her. That's a terrible thing to do. No way. Archie was determined to help her anyway. 8. Oh my god, it was 8! There was 8! There was 8 votes! I'm so proud, thank you. Archie was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Look, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong about that? Huh? He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. I'm not the most dependable guy, I know that. But still, Hitomi dropped her gaze and Archie trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Oh, it's no use. I'm no use. He hung his head with a sigh. Oh, I just remembered this. I just remembered what this is. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. Right, what is this building? Let's have a look at the tooltip. What is this building? It's the Nokane building. This multi-tenant building has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells of a mysterious 13th floor. A diet aid sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. Huh. Huh, how interesting. The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Archie saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi? Humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. Well, first you remove the cap and the wrapper. Then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Archie let out the breath he'd been holding. Okay, good. Huh? I don't understand. What's good? He's cabadoning him here, just about the correct way to recycle a plastic bottle. He's just like, right. Recycling. You gave me my reason why I have to help you out. I super respect people who respect the environment. I'm one of those, whatchamacallits, an environmentalist. Who said earlier that the group of environmentalists? And I was like, no, maybe just Archie. He is. He's an environmentalist. Archie pointed at his mean, clean t-shirt. I want that t-shirt so badly. I don't even wear t-shirts. I want that t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I'd said the answer was to toss the plastic in with the trash? Well, then I'd need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education. So then, you were going to tag along with me regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling. The whole game is so needlessly dramatic. There's nothing needlessly about it. It needed this. It needed to be this dramatic, I think. I love it. It's so ridiculous. I love it. He is not so smart, but he's very pure. Not very smart, but he's got a good heart. I love Achi. He's my favorite himbo. Achi cracked a huge grin. Okay then. Okay. If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Oh, man, she's so cute, Achi thought. Oh no. Oh no, this beautiful moment. Thank you for the look. I hope the room cleaning goes well. I know. He called it. Then something else caught his eye. Huh? What's that there? It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head. Achi, what are you staring at? You got something stuck there. What? On my head? Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. Yeah. It was about 10 centimeters long, its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. Yeah! Achi yelped. It's a cockroach!
Wow.
He jumped backward, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Sorry, that gave me a bit of a start, he continued. Guess it must have fallen from one of the windows up there? Still, Hitomi did not move. Hitomi? She didn't appear to hear him. Hello? Hitomi? With a muffled gurgle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, her body as stiff as a mannequin. What? Hitomi! Are you okay? Hitomi! 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 Snake! Snake! But no matter how loudly Achi called her name, Hitomi would not come to. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me have a sippy before we carry this on. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the posture check too. Let me have a big stretch. Ugh. Stretch my arms out. Ugh. Okay. Bad end cockroach. I mean, there have been weirder ones. There are, and there are going to be weirder ones. I can tell you that with full confidence. From that day onward, Achi devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or, if nothing else, his atonement. It's acting like she died. Just her face up. Bad end. The cockroach. She actually died. Anyway, what a great bad end. Yeah, she died from cockroach. And now he wanders the streets, forever atoning, destroying any cockroach in his sights. He's got a vendetta against cockroaches now. Tama killed a girl by accidentally eating a cockroach at her. Actually, she punted it. She hit it with a piece of, was it newspaper or a piece of wood or something? She fully baseball bat hit it out the window. But hey, wasn't that a great ending? Right, so we've got Hitomi dead and Achi with a vendetta against cockroaches. We've got Kano quitting being a detective to go off and start a family on a farm. I think it's going well. I think we're doing well so far. Right, so now the question is, what do we do next? Do we do a different character? Or do we fix... we make Tama not fight? Alright, I'm going to do that as the poll. I'm going to do the poll as... We can either do Minorikawa, we can do Osawa, or we can fix Tama's violence. Those are going to be our three options for the poll. What do we want to do for the end of the stream? Because I've only got half an hour left, so... So, who are we going to be checking out? What are we going to be doing? Oh, looks like Tama is winning. Are we going to not fight the cockroach? We need to save Hitomi's life. We need to save her from dying by not yeeting a cockroach out the window. But I love so much the comment earlier, I can't wait to see how that cockroach comes back in another path, and the answer is it comes back in the most dramatic way possible. It's so good. I love this game. I love this game so much. I'm gonna have some tea as well when I wait for the poll to finish. I think Tama's gonna be the winning vote though. I think it is time to choose our fights. We're gonna choose our fights, and picking a fight with a cockroach is not a fight we should be picking. You feel rewarded? I'm so glad. I'm so glad you mentioned that too. It all pays off in the end. The silliest decisions make the most beautiful endings. Because it's really interesting too, because there's quite a few bad ends as well that we've already missed because of doing the right thing. But once we finish the game as well, we can still go back and get those bad ends by just changing what happens. We can just go to any point and just be like, actually, no, Kano's not going to do this at this point. He's going to do something really stupid. It's so fun. It's so fun to pick the worst combinations imaginable just to see what the bad end is like. I found some beautiful ones that way. When I was first completing it for the first time, it was a challenge at some points to figure out how I could mess things up spectacularly enough to get the bad ends. It was fun. It was good. Anyway, it's time to right our wrongs. And oh no, I just clicked on her instead of going to the time chart. Okay, time chart. Here's the choice. No, that's the search. This choice. Cockroach. Cockroach. Huh? I need to act fast. We're running. We're legging it. We're getting out of here. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. And then we're just back here. Phew, I made it. But I'm glad we did that though as well, because we got the little memory. We got the little Tama memory as we went. But now that we've done that, we've changed the path. But Tama's still at the keep out, so that's a decision that doesn't make a difference for Tama. It only makes a difference in this situation. So let's go back and redo this now that we know that a cockroach is not going to go flying out the window. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. And also, when we do go back to Tama's route, we got the keep out at the end, but we can jump there now from Achi's. So we've got that path opened to us. Alright, the big confession scene. Here we go. Okay then. Okay. If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Just a little one. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. And there's no interrupting cockroach. Woo! So glad. Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back towards Dogenzaka. I need to put the brightness back down again. I can't read anything there. Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back towards Dogenzaka. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfares, but that would be worth it if it meant they avoided the man with the cane. Achi looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Yeah, this background is really difficult to read on. Her face was solemn. He could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister. Ooh, well, look who's got himself a little cutie. The sudden call startled him. He spun around. I have no idea if this voice is going to be appropriate or not. It's definitely appropriate. Yo, mean clean, over here. Achi spotted a young man up ahead sneering at him. Oh, look at them. Just look at them. Youths of today. At his side were two others. Achi recognized the lot. SOS. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak. Achi? Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride right past the trio. Whoa, hey now, you just gonna ignore me? That's pretty damn rude, especially coming from someone who used to be an old buddy. The three toughs moved to bar Achi's path. Ooh, she is hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? I love that there's a tooltip for hella fine. Hella fine. Extremely attractive. The etymology of hella is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is undisputed. Very, a lot of, totally, and the like. Potential synonyms for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and bangin'. You can tell this was made in the 2000s. Sorry, man, Achi said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave them a tepid smile. I'm glad you like the voices. A big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Mariamacho? Too rich, another chimed in. She a screamer, Achi. Achi. Take a stereotypical way to poke fun at a would-be amorous couple. Now take Achi's name. There you go. I love that that's a tooltip. Just like, Achi. They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. Achi, Achi, Achi. Achi felt his anger boil. Oh, decisions. Oh no. What to do? Fight. Be strong. Resist. Here we go, poll time. When I set the poll up, there we go. Poll time, what are we doing? Are we gonna fight them because they suck? Or are we going to be strong? Resist. Don't fall for their bait. We are fully falling for their bait. We are we are 100% falling for their bait here. Yeah, it's always nice to know that the same immaturity transcends language barriers. It's so good. Novi's just like, I need to be strong. There's so much at stake. But these guys are awful. No, let's beat them up. Yeah, we're not sucking it up. They're being so rude. They're making all these inappropriate noises right in front of Hitomi. They're so rude. Gotta show him what we got. Gotta beat them up. Gotta protect his honor. Gotta protect her honor. Yep, we're fighting them. We are fighting them. These guys were in sore need of a major ass kicking. Archie stepped up to the ringleader. Ha ha ha. The tough dropped to the ground with a dull thud. Oh, sorry, that was terribly rude of me. Archie kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the others like a hawk eyeing its prey. Is he going to be all right? Hitomi murmured. Oh no, we disappointed her. She looked at the man Archie had laid out with some concern. Oh, he'll be fine. If that's all it took to knock him out, he's got no right to act all badass. Archie, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Huh. I've got to make him sound really smarmy somehow. How can I do that? A taller man with an angry gleam in his eyes had appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. He radiated a distinct aura of menace. That's me, Archie replied. And just who are you? For once, it was someone he didn't recognize. Oh. The name's Yoji Kiryu. Kiryu, is that you? Oh no. Used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro until a few months ago. Known as the Killer Whale of Bukuro, he answered any and all resistance with his fists. His crazy antics led to him being kicked out of the gang, however, and lately he's been hanging around Shibuya. Wow, he's so bad a gang kicked him out. Oh, here we go. I joined up with SOS after you left. Now I'm Susumu's number 2 guy. The newcomer stared at Archie's face, sizing him up. Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you. The founder. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. There had been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder? That was just something his buddies called him. He had never paid it much heed. Shibuya was a place for fun, not hierarchies. At least in Archie's mind, that was how it ought to be. Archie's a gang boss? I mean, he formed a gang. He's no longer a member of the gang. Back when he was a member, it was just a bunch of friends hanging out, and then it became a gang after he left. But he's still technically the founder of this street gang. Like how you busted up some mean old drug dealers, rescued your pals from Yakuza bondage. You're a real hero. Bondage. Here, bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Any other types of Yakuza bondage will not be featured in this game. Sorry if the tip link here got your hopes up. Good to know, good to know. Kiryu's tongue flicked from his mouth like a snake's. Hitomi shuddered. Archie couldn't blame her for being creeped out. But that's all in the past now, isn't it? Kiryu continued. You went modestly on your way, it's up to us now. And we've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way. That thought didn't sit right with Archie. If aggressive expansion was the name of the game, the gang was losing touch with its roots. It wasn't about keeping Shibuya safe and fun anymore. Oh no, I can't believe... I can't believe a violent street gang isn't dedicated to keeping Shibuya safe and fun. Oh, actually, it's... Oh, I love him, but he's so...
Make SOS bigger, huh? He said. I'm guessing that was Susumu's call as well?
Kiryu didn't answer his question. His mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer.
In any event, I think these boys here need a little lesson in manners.
The guillotine ought to do the trick. Hi? The guillotine. A capital punishment device invented in 18th century France. The condemned is executed by decapitation, by means of a heavy blade that descends from above. Named for physician Joseph Ignace Guillotine, who advocated its use to the National Assembly. Both King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. I feel like decapitation's a little bit harsh here. The other gang members started in alarm.
Whoa, hey, just calm down, man. Please, anything but the guillotine.
Kiryu pointedly ignored their pleas. Charlie Chalk, hello, nice to see you, welcome. You joined at quite a time.
Whoa, hey, what's the guillotine?
Achi asked. Kiryu smirked.
The guillotine is the guillotine.
That answers nothing, thank you.
With me, worms.
Without a glance back, Kiryu strolled away. His two underlings followed him unhappily. Achi wondered what lay in store for them, but right now he had more important things to worry about.
Come on, let's go.
He took Hitomi by the hand and they were back on their way. Oh! Hitomi perked up. That's me! She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone.
Huh?
She stared at the screen with consternation.
What is it?
Achi asked. It's an email. From Mr. Tanaka. Oh wait, her dad's assistant.
Who's Mr. Tanaka?
He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. Achi remembered that the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open this message.
I'm sure it's fine to just read an email, he said. And besides, he's not the police and he's not your family.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, the loopholes. I don't think the crime syndicate's going to see it that way, but you are technically right. He's not the police and he's not family.
Yeah, you're right.
Hitomi scanned the message anxiously.
It sounds like he's worried about me, she said. Then does he know? About the kidnapping?
Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so... Hitomi cut herself short. Still, it was clear to Achi that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is. Oh man, it's just so sad realizing that Osawa had been a terrible father. And now she's clearly happy to be, like, in touch with Tanaka. It's like, oh, I see. Okay.
I think it should be,
Achi told her.
I mean, the kidnappers aren't gonna know you sent an email, right?
Hitomi began typing out a response. Achi watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers. Was there? And oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that, we got a jump. We got a jump. We haven't even done Osawa's yet, but when we get stuck there, we know how to unlock it. Haha. Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy? No, he was being ridiculous. Archie banished the thought from his mind. I love that Archie immediately jumps to that conclusion, whereas my thought was more like surrogate father. Like, she needs a father figure in her life, and her own father clearly is not there. Besides, Hitomi's personal life wasn't the problem right now. The problem was that psycho with the cane and the gun. Is something wrong? Hitomi asked. She'd finished sending her email.
Oh, no, nothing. Nothing at all.
Archie did his best to look nonchalant. It was a good thing she couldn't read his mind. I'd be a little worried if she could. Oh, Archie theme! They exited Center Guy and resumed their approach towards Dogonzaka by way of Maruyamacho. There are many hotels in Maruyamacho. These are not ordinary establishments, but rather the sort of hotel where two people who are so inclined might... A couple heading to this kind of place in the early afternoon would, without a doubt, be assumed to be bent on... You might be wondering whether an option for these two to get up to mischief will appear as a selection prompt. Well, don't get your hopes up. This isn't that kind of game. I mean, they're kind of running for their lives at the moment. It would be a little inappropriate. Another long detour to decrease their odds of running into the gunman. They made an unlikely pair. Scruffy Archie, limbs lackadaisically swinging to hide his embarrassment, and brisk, purposeful Hitomi. Archie found himself watching her out of the corner of his eye. He could still feel her anxiety. He wished there was some way he could ease her fears.
Hey, Hitomi, mind if I ask you something?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so, I realize this might be kind of a weird question, but...
He put on a serious face. I cannot imagine Archie with a serious face.
What does the eco in eco-friendly mean?
Huh?
I know it's about helping the earth and all, but I don't know what it really means, you know?
Hitomi thought for a moment.
I'm pretty sure it's short for the English word ecology, which is the science of examining the relationship between man and nature.
Ecology, a subset of biology that deals with the reciprocal relationships between organisms and their environment. Nowadays, the term can also refer to cultural and social effects on the global environment. The latter usage can be broad and imprecise, making the exact meaning somewhat difficult to define.
Oh, right, science!
Pleased with himself, Archie chatted on excitedly. Honestly, he's so silly, but he's probably done a great job of cheering her up. That's probably a great distraction. A faint smile crept back onto Hitomi's face.
Say, you ever hear about the clean river here in Shibuya?
A clean river? In Shibuya? Really? Ask 100 youngsters outside of Shibuya Station the same question, and you'd probably get that same answer 100 times.
Yeah, the Shibuya River. You know, that drainage channel we saw earlier.
Wait, that's the clean river you're talking about? By no reasonable definition was the Shibuya River what anyone would call clean.
That's the one!
Archie grinned at her confusion.
See, the river used to be clean a long time ago. I read about it in this old book called Science Strikes Back.
Science Strikes Back! This is 428 lore. This is not a general tooltip. This is a 428 tooltip. Myokocho! Hi, Alyssa! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the resub for 30 30 months. Oh my goodness. 30 months. That's so big. Thank you. Hello. Welcome. We're just learning about the Science Strikes Back magazine. A popular monthly magazine, abbreviated SSB. The series has been running for 29 years now, but the Strike Back appendix is still immensely popular with children. The woman who handles the home deliveries is known as the SSB lady, and children wait excitedly on the 25th of each month for her to make her rounds. This is just such weird lore. I love it.
I used to have that book.
Hitomi chirped, her eyes wide with excitement.
You're talking about that bit with the river that got turned into a song, right?
The river that got turned into a song. The famous 1912 song Haru no Ogawa, with lyrics by Tatsuyuki Takano and music by Teiichi Okano. It's said that the song was inspired by the view of the upper course of the Shibuya River during Takano's childhood. In the modern day, there is a stone monument bearing the song's lyrics along the Odakyu line between Yoyogi Hachiman and Sangubashi. Good to know.
Yeah, that's the one. You read it too?
I did. Actually felt a giddy rush at this unexpected connection they shared. Oh, it's so cute.
Imagine if there was still a clean, beautiful river here in Shibuya. It'd be the perfect place for taking a romantic stroll.
Hitomi looked up at Achi. She seemed to share his joy in this idea.
Wouldn't it be amazing, Achi said, if that dirty little channel could be clean like it used to be?
It would. Maybe as amazing as the look on Hitomi's face right now, Achi thought. Oh, look at it, just smiling. It must be hard to smile in a situation like this, but the... Aww.
Hitomi, tell me some more ecology stuff. Hit me with whatever you've got.
She seemed happy to oblige, and so as they walked along, Hitomi explained the bits of knowledge she'd picked up over the years. Achi was quiet, hanging on to her every word. Meow. Right, and I think... I've just noticed the time and it's past 6 o'clock, so I think we're going to leave it at that point for now. And next time we play, we will be continuing Achi's. We will continue Achi's route and also do Minorikawa and Osawa's. And hopefully finish Tama's as well. But yeah, oh wait, no, we still got the bad end with Kano. Oops, we have to fix that too. But stuff for next time! But thank you so much everyone for joining me today. I'm so glad I've finally gotten to play this again. I really hope it's not 3 weeks again until we do it again. That was so fun! Right, let me head on over to here and we can find someone to send a raid on to. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it too. And if you pick up any of the story and you're curious as to what's already happened too, all of the VODs are on my YouTube channel, so if I do a little link there, you want to check out my YouTube, there's playlists for every game I've played on there too. I try and keep everything as organized as possible, but if there's ever... Oh, thank you for the hydrate! Yay! I'll hydrate for the road before we go. But if you're ever curious about any of the other games I've played too, they are all there. Every VOD is there, except for the karaoke ones, which get copyright strikes, but all the game ones should be there. But yes, let's find someone to send a raid to. Let's see who's live. Who should we raid? Who should we attack? Yuria's online. I want to raid Yuria. It's been a while. It's been a while since I raided her. I'm doing like 2 Red Panda VTuber raids in a row because I raided Kieran before and now I'm going to be raiding Yuria. And they are the only 2 Red Panda VTubers I know. It's quite a fun coincidence. But thank you so much everyone for joining me. Hold on, let me double check something. Bum bum bum. Yes, okay. Here is the raid message. If you want to join in the raid, we got fire. Oh, we got fire. There is the different message, whether you're subbed or unsubbed. It's fire either way. But I'm going to send a raid over to the lovely Yuria, because I haven't raided her in so long. She's playing a game called Dread Templar at the moment. I think it's like a boomer shooter type game. But it looks fun. It looks like a fun time. But yes, I need to go get some food now. For both myself and my cat. Oh, speaking of my cat too, I finally managed to take photos of Tiffany for the charity photo shoot. So for everyone who donated in the VTuber SummerSlam charity stream, you should be getting your photos soon. I just need to go through and organize them. She finally settled down enough to let me take photos of her. So that's something to look forward to. Hopefully either tonight or tomorrow, whenever I get the chance to sort through them all. But yes, I'm going to send the raid on to Yuria. I'll be back on Friday for some more Tiny Tina's Wonderlands with my brother Xander. So that should be fun. That should be a bit of chaos. But yes, I'm going to leave it at that for now and go get some dinner. Go get some dinner, go have some food. But this has been so fun. I'm so glad that other people are also enjoying the story of this too, because like, as I have said many times, this is one of my favorite games. I love it. I love it so much. It's a very self-indulgent stream choice because I mostly just wanted to replay it myself. But I'm really glad people have been enjoying it. Anyway, rest time. Thank you so much everyone for joining me, and until next time, bye bye!